Good morning. Good morning. Okay. Plug you in. But I'm doing YouTube. You know what to find me if you need me. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. I love you. Good morning. You're only a day away. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. I got my coffee. I got my coffee. Oh, poor Max is not going to be happy with me. He's not. He's not. Oh, it's like suffocating my shit. All right, Max. Oh, my poor baby. I'm so sorry. Okay. The weather outside is frightful. Good morning. Good morning. Once again, Max is... Hi. Oh my god, I'm like itchy everywhere. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Itchy, 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 itchy. Alright, I shut this freaking door. Okay. Alright. It's Sunday. It's Sunday. Still listening to yesterday's read and Scorpio. My dad passed away yesterday. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, awful news. So sorry. Hang in there. Bummer bells. Bummer. Well, yeah, what are you going to do? I mean, we just lost your dad. You didn't bring the mood. Like, I'll talk about this in a minute. But, oh my gosh. Yeah. What a stinker. Sad. I am gonna... Yeah, I don't... You're talking about the read where it's like past, present, future, and yeah, that was a tough read. It's okay. I don't worry about it. Honestly. I definitely wasn't trying to predict any deaths. I mean, deaths happen all the time, right? Typically, I only see certain deaths with like celebrities. Like, it's weird because I almost mentioned a celebrity death a couple weeks ago, and then within like 4 days, there was like a whole bunch of them, and I was like, oh my gosh. But yeah, I mean, clearly on there's certain cards that will represent it, and I see it. I typically won't call it out. So, however that relates to you, that's tough. So, and don't worry about when you should have waited and that. Like, don't. It is what it is. It is what it is. All right. So, don't want to dismiss it by any means. But let's talk about this new deck that I had no idea that I was purchasing. I had no idea what it was about at all. So I was just like, wow, Spirit's like cool with me getting a deck like this. I was like, okay. And I like the deck and I like the light, right? So for me, it wasn't like a tough choice. I have been wanting to grab like dark decks for like a little while now, like more like the gothic side. So, but this deck, okay, which I had no idea, is it's based on a fictional book. And for those who love horror, will know exactly what I'm talking about. I always knew about the Book of the Dead and certain things, like knowing that there was books out there with black magic and regular magic and all that. But I was like a little like of a history buff yesterday because I had no idea about this. This is called, so the deck is based, I don't want to say it's based on the book because I don't want to freak anybody out. Okay. It's more like it's fictional. So real or not real. It's how you want to interpret it. But the book is called, I have a hard time saying it. Necronomicon. Yeah. Necronomicon. So it's like the Book of the Dead. Okay. It's like this, the history behind it is insane. So basically this book is all about this deck is about your shadows, like what the psyche can do. Okay. So I'm going to read a little bit of it for those who are like unaware. Now, some of you that are like, that you love horror, a lot of horror movies are based after Lovecraft, H.P. Lovecraft, I believe, Stephen King, that type of stuff. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. I had no idea I was going to have to get it. It was getting a deck where I just didn't. So as I'm like reading the interpretation, I was like, the fuck did I get myself into? Yeah, it was one of those moments. Okay. So the dark, so it's dark. I have wicked anxiety right now. Very strange. I don't do horrors. I don't do horrors. I don't do anything like that either. I mean, I knew about certain books and history and stuff like that, right? But I didn't know the extent of what I just purchased. And I was like, fuck, asking Spirit, like, am I cool to read this? But it's almost, I feel like they were laughing at me. But it makes sense. They would want me to know this knowledge, You'd think I would have already have known this knowledge, but I don't. So, the Dark Grimoire Tarot. Okay, so an ancient text of magic, witchcraft, and rituals. Okay, it's like a Gilmore, not a Gilmore. I just thought Gilmore Girls. Let me let Max in. Let me let this anxiety go away. I don't know if somebody's watching. I just absorbed somebody's anxiety. Come on, in or out. It's a grimoire. A grimoire. But I was just pulled to Gilmore Girls, which I don't think that had anything to do with horror. And mind you, I'm reading this from a tiny ass fucking book. Okay. Grimoire. Ancient texts in magic, witchcraft, and rituals are called a grimoire. Often books with black magic, with instructions and formulas, and potions, and medicine and spells, alchemy, astrology, divinations, angels, and demons. This book was thought to be, these were forbidden books and rare and dangerous. Eventually, the church in 1557, I believe it was the Catholic Church. I did a lot of history besides just the book, where they banned the book. Okay. But they're ancient books. Okay. So the Necronomicon was a book of magic and horror, became famous for its existence and is known by the Necronomicon. And it was Howard Phillips Lovecraft. Now, I know a lot of you will probably know who that is, especially if you love horror. 1819 1937. He was a writer from Providence, Rhode Island. So it doesn't get into all of it, but I do know the book itself was originally called Allah Azif, and then it went to the Necronomicon. Okay. Let me just get to the basics. And then I know it got translated into the Greek. I'm sorry if I'm confusing you. I took lots of screenshots. I like really did some history. Supposedly this guy, okay, was it the Allah Azif? He also worshipped the Cthulhu. For those who, I'm telling you, some of you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. So if I'm saying it wrong, I'm sorry. Supposedly lives in the Pacific Ocean. But you will see Cthulhu in a lot of these images. Well, if I can find them, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Go figure, I can't find one. It's like the blob looking shadow, like this guy that you see like in the background. Cthulhu. And like I said, a lot of you will know who that is, that like horror. Again, I do not. Okay. So the history real quick with that book. Yeah, Al-Azif he first wrote it in 1738. It was eventually translated by the Greeks in 1950. It was burnt in 1950. Someone rewrote it. The Greeks, they rewrote it into Latin in 1228. So supposedly there's still 5 of these books. Supposedly Italy has one, but they don't want to take ownership for that because it was banned from the church. Okay. So okay. There are those that maintain that the Necronomicon was written on parchment made from skin of the men that were killed during black magic ritual which, again, I would not be surprised if that was the case, to be quite honest with you, because when you're messing with your psyche and person that wrote the book was under demonic energy, I would not be surprised if that fact is true. But again, this is fictional. Nobody really knows if it's, true or not. It's basically all about the gateways, okay? But the Book of the Magic Tarot, this deck and the cards are inspired by your dreams and your fantasy and literature, by the grimoires of real or imaginary, the nightmares or the dreams. It's the death of the subconscious, okay? And it talks about, like, Stephen King. It's people who just write horrors. So, but supposedly Lovecraft, like, rewrote the book or based things on the book. So basically this deck, right? It's the darkest corner of the psyche, which are hidden in the shadows of the spider webs. Opening the doors could be like gaining knowledge to your own fears and recognizing our dark side, learning how to balance upon it. Okay, so it's not, because at first I'm like, what the fuck did I just get myself into? But it's not. It's knowing the history. It's kind of cool. And I'm surprised I didn't know anything about it like that. But again, I don't do horror and stuff like that. And growing up, guys, let's not forget, I used to be paranoid of tarot and certain stuff and Ouija boards, and I would sleep with rosary beads. Let's not forget how religious I was and freaked out by this stuff. So I would have no knowledge of this. So it's pretty damn interesting. But the thing I like about this deck is it really is all about our subconscious and where it can take us. And especially if you're under like demonic energy or the dark side, right? And we've been talking about that shit lately. So to me, it's not a coincidence that I came across this deck and grabbed it. And I actually forgot I grabbed it. And it got delivered yesterday. So for hours yesterday, I was doing like so much research. So what I kind of just explained is the basic, but so like I said, it's basically all about your subconscious, like the images, okay, and where it can take you. But at the same time, gaining the knowledge and using it, right, to be aware of like what's going on. And another thing I like about this deck is all the aces through the tens all have the same meaning, which I thought was pretty cool. Like the aces is individual potential that's still closed. Okay, so basically it is there, but you're not accessing it. The twos are energy of the depths and obstacles and critical points. The threes fall upon the natural magic to creativity to a union. The fours is the level of comprehension that is reached with stability and fulfillment. The five's the opportunity to move to a higher level of consciousness, knowing there's uncertainty. The six is analyzing the situation and reflections necessary before deciding. The sevens is your mental and physical actions. The eight's the ability to decide. The fortitude come for the reason to regenerate. A desire for balance, especially if there's stagnation. The nines is the experience and the abundance and the wholeness, or possibly the isolation and the crisis around you. The 10 is the end of the chapter, and there's always a new beginning. The knives is a passage. It's a transformation. It's learning the hidden knowledge of the pyramids. The knights is, oh, there's so much Roman history that goes along with this deck too, which I think is fascinating. The Knights is the urge, the action, the sudden turn of events. The Queens is the keeper of the forces, the perception of the energy. And the King is the four corners, and it's the perception of one's resources. So I like that about this deck, that the meanings are just the aces through the kings, and then you have the major arcana. So, you know, there's, I'm sure when it comes to this book, okay, fictional, but there's got to be some truth behind it. There's no way that there's not. Okay. So, I think another thing, name of the book is like the laws of the dead. But if there's this video on YouTube that explained, I mean, I was into this for hours. I was like, tell me, I'm like, I just got a freaking deck and I just thought it looked cool, but I had no idea what it was about. Again, not a coincidence. And when I talk about I'm like, I don't know if you guys can comprehend, or I say something, or it's not me being insultive. Like, I got goosebumps when I read just, I think it was the 4 or the 5s. So it's like a lot of things I've been talking about, like where the psyche can take you. The psyche takes you to, you should see the hangman in this deck. It's brutal. It's somebody who hangs themselves. Like, it's insane. Okay. So, but it's crazy how, what was I going to say? Oh, our subconscious, our psyche can take us here. And if we have dark energy around us or demonic energy that I've been talking about for weeks now, it does take you here. It can take you here. So this is a learning deck too. So I really want to use it properly. So I'll probably throw you like a couple cards, but I really got to start really knowing the meanings. That's why I only throw you a couple. So if like maybe like a major arcana, ask for like certain stuff, because I don't think it's a deck to be frightened of by any means. It really is about our subconscious and where our psyche will take us. So this will probably, I'm going to play this video for you real quick. It's like 8 minutes. I found this cool website. It's called Mythology and, is it Mythology and Fictional? Mythology and Fiction Explained. I was like, why am I not already subscribed to this? But, so the Cthulhu is like the shadows in the deck, which I want to say they've made movies about this. Again, I don't have knowledge on this like that. But I think it's cool that everything we've been talking about the last couple weeks and stuff, like, again, just not a coincidence that I have got this deck. So I don't know if you're gonna really be able to see it, but it's like a 8-minute movie. It's pretty cool.
The work of H.P. Lovecraft has influenced countless individuals.
Croft
and
is
we
in
still
this,
see this influence
which
today,
I believe
not
is
only
him
in the
right
cosmic
there.
horror genre, but in horror itself, as well as in all kinds of strange fiction. One of his most universal ideas was the Necronomicon, a fictional grimoire that features all sorts of dark rituals, magic, and strange sciences. Now, there is the belief that a Necronomicon may have once existed, and it was merely translated and published by Lovecraft. Although this may not be true, a lot of it comes down to Lovecraft himself and how alluring the idea was to others. There is a lot of history and lore surrounding this particular grimoire, more so than some of Lovecraft's other work. He was also a fairly big proponent to a shared universe, and encouraging other authors to expand upon his work if they saw potential. So when you have this many authors mentioning a very specific idea, in this case the Necronomicon, you almost get the feeling that this idea must have been real, or at least rooted in some kind of truth. And I guess that level of mystery and uncertainty is why the Necronomicon was used by so many, even in modern day work that doesn't necessarily tie into Lovecraft's mythos. The owner of the book is a character named Abdul al-Hazred, whom Lovecraft refers to as the Crazed Arab. Al-Hazred is first mentioned several years prior to the Hound in the story The Nameless City, but his association to the Necronomicon is something we only discover later. When he was asked where he drew his inspiration from, Lovecraft gave pretty much the most Lovecraft answer possible. He said it came to him in one of his dreams, and by now we know pretty well that his dreams and nightmares were quite weird to say the very least. He states that the name Necronomicon was translated from the Greek to mean an image of the law of the dead. Authors that then subsequently followed have translated it to mean a variety of different things, from Book of Laws of the Dead to Book of Names of the Dead, and even Book of Dead Names. So what we can surmise from this at a very basic level is that the Necronomicon was designed to contain information about the dead and the laws that surrounded them, which is quite similar to the magical practice of necromancy, not only in premise, but also in name. With how mysterious the Necronomicon was, in 1927 Lovecraft wrote a short piece titled The History of the Necronomicon, which wasn't published until after his death, but this piece gives us some additional history and context. We find out that the book was originally called Al-Azif, referring to its Arabic origin. The term Al-Azif is what Lovecraft defined as that nocturnal sound, supposed to be the howling of demons. So we certainly get the idea that this book isn't a beacon of happiness and rainbows, it's much darker and nefarious. The book was written by Abdul al-Hazred, whom we mentioned earlier, but what we didn't mention was that he worshipped Yog-Sothoth and Cthulhu. Al-Hazred himself was originally from Yemen, but it wasn't until he visited Memphis, Egypt, that the idea for the book began. In Memphis, he came across the ruins of Babylon and the underground secrets of the city, where he would discover the Nameless City. He then spent the rest of his life living in Damascus, what we would recognize as modern-day Syria. Shortly before his mysterious disappearance in the year 738, he wrote Al-Azif, the Necronomicon. The book then began to circulate amongst philosophers for the next 200 or so years, and in the year 950, it was translated by the Greek philosopher Theodorus Philetas and given the name the Necronomicon. This version of the Necronomicon was said to influence many individuals into committing acts that were so terrible they could barely be mentioned, and that is why the book was burnt in the year 1050 by the Patriarch of Constantinople. After this, the book wasn't really mentioned much, and when it was done so in secret, to avoid any unwanted attention from those responsible for trying to erase it from existence. The book would then be translated from Greek to Latin by a Danish scholar in 1228. This edition would be banned by the Pope, but it continued to resurface in other European countries all the way up until the 17th century. Lovecraft states that there are only 5 copies of the original translated Necronomicon held in 5 institutions worldwide, and these are as follows: the British History Museum in London, the Bibliothèque Nationale de France, the Widener Library of Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts, the University of Buenos Aires in Argentina, the last being in Lovecraft's fictional town of Arkham, Massachusetts, in the Miskatonic University, which is also in possession of the Latin translation. Now, there were of course other copies of the book in circulation, but these copies were pretty much just copies of copies, so how authentic the contents are, we don't really know. These copies were mostly in the hands of private individuals, so they weren't easy nor cheap to get a hold of. So backstory aside, I'm sure the question that most of you want answered is, what is in the book to make it so taboo, so dark that everyone who reads it suffers a horrendous end? We know the book was written by someone who worshipped the elder gods, so as you can imagine, they make up quite a large part of what's inside of the Necronomicon. It's full of strange symbols and arcane knowledge that we can't really understand, and its content ranges from stories to rituals and all kinds of weird science. In the story The Thing on the Doorstep, the book contains a formula for one to transfer their consciousness. The Dunwich Horror contains a chant that can summon Yog-Sothoth, and there are more than a few rituals that can summon deities and all sorts of creatures from Lovecraft's universe inside. As the name may suggest, there is also a chapter devoted to resurrecting the dead. One of the easiest ways to describe the Necronomicon is as an encyclopedia to all things Lovecraft. Granted, it's a very weird encyclopedia that has a habit of killing anyone who reads it, but an encyclopedia nonetheless. It's also a detailed history of what Earth may have been like aeons ago when it was ruled and inhabited by creatures and entities that we cannot even begin to imagine. I think what I like most is, despite the numerous times Lovecraft mentions the book in his stories, he doesn't really describe the contents or the appearance in great detail. So it does remain fairly mysterious, which is something that we don't really see too much nowadays with everything being spoon-fed to us. The only thing we really know is that it's a leather book bound by metal, and even then it's intentionally mistitled sometimes to keep it hidden in plain sight. This idea of being able to read the Necronomicon without even knowing creates a whole new horror concept in itself.
Really?
Oh my god, I'm holding up their signature blue box. Insane. So look at them.
The obsession of the Necronomicon outside of fiction that I mentioned at the start is no exaggeration. There have been and still are those who believe it to be real, and the number of hoaxes and strange stories over the years is quite astounding. Lovecraft often received letters from fans asking about the authenticity of the book, to which he assured them it was purely fictional. This didn't stop some individuals from listing the Necronomicon for sale in local bookstores, as well as creating entries for the book in library catalogues, even going as far to say the Vatican Library had a copy themselves. But most of this we can put down to light-hearted pranksters and some crazy people. As the obsession continued to grow, in 1970, a book by the name of Necronomicon was published by an author under the pseudonym of Simon. It would later be dubbed Simon Necronomicon. The book itself doesn't really link to Lovecraft's work, but instead claims that it was influenced and based on Sumerian mythology. This certainly blurred the lines between fiction and reality, with the book selling over 800,000 copies as of 2006. So it appears many of Lovecraft's fans were intrigued enough by the premise to read further. It could also be because the marketing for this book made some pretty outrageous claims, such as this book may be the most dangerous black book of the Western world. Regardless, its success meant that there were 3 additional volumes published, and I guess why not if people want it. The major success of Simon's Necronomicon led to the publishing of the Necronomicon Files in 1998, which aimed to finally prove that the book was in fact a work of fiction, examining not only just Simon's version of the Necronomicon, but the many obscure versions that followed in its success. Whether or not you believe the Necronomicon is real, I certainly understand the appeal of the book in a fictional setting, and why it would attract so many different types of people. Feel free to share your questions and thoughts with me in the comments below. As always, I've been your host, Mythology and Fiction Explained.
So, this website, I cannot wait to, it's a YouTube channel. I can't wait to explore it more. It's so cool. I'm going to share the link right now on my channel for you guys. So, create a post. How do you spell the Necronomicon? Oh, well, what was the name of the channel? Fuck, I already forgot. I'm just going to paste the link and then I'll go back. And, oh, it says it right there at the Necronomicon. Okay, so it's actually the link of it. So which I think is fascinating. So I hope you guys like don't get like freaked out. That's why I kind of did like my knowledge. The images here are not based on the book. Like when I ask spirit certain stuff, like this book, like they're gonna say hands down absolutely existed, right? Um, did people die with reading the book? No. Some people, yes, but then the demonic energy and the stuff that they were going through in their psyche, and a majority of people, with the hangman, for instance, somebody who doesn't want to be in this world anymore, that would rather be in another world. And when you go through a spiritual awakening, everybody's awakening is different. But there was a time in my life years ago when I was going through an awakening. I didn't want to take my own life, but I remember laying in bed crying and being like, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be in this world. I don't want to, like, I got goosebumps. Like, it was awful. So I can relate to the hangman, okay? But not as like suicidal relating it. It's hard for me to explain. For those who experienced demonic energy and some of like the stuff I experienced, becoming a healer and a seer and the stuff that I know I'm aware of doing, we have to experience that stuff. Okay. Especially teachers. All right. So, it was, the knowledge is I love it. Like the history behind stuff that, I knew like certain books existed and certain stuff, but I didn't know what it was called and certain stuff like that. And I never wanted to like get into like dark energy and stuff like that. But guys, the dark energy that I've experienced and the dark and the light that I balance, I absolutely love the dark because they have gotten me through the darkest moments. The dark has picked me up so I can see the light. But I was also determined to push through. If you have an attitude and a psyche where you don't care to push through and, your ego's getting the best of you and certain stuff, the dark can't help you push through. So this deck is based on your psyche and your subconscious and your shadows that you should absolutely acknowledge. Okay. The Cthulhu, which is this guy, the octopus head type thing. He's the next one I'm going to look into. I know they've done movies on him. Supposedly, he lives under the Pacific. It's grimoires, guys. It's tales, right? But a lot of people believe in these tales. And I do believe in this book, hands down. There's no question this book existed, and it's in certain libraries and museums and stuff. He stated, I don't think it killed people as they read it. I think if they happen to die after they read the book or shortly after, it's their psyche, their subconscious was already fucked up. If you're reading a book like this and you start believing, the dark energy is going to take you. Your brain can only handle so much before it shuts down, right? So I don't want anyone to be like freaked out because at first I was literally asking spirit. I'm like, oh, damn. Like the spirit never put you guys in jeopardy and they would never put me in jeopardy ever. And I love how all these books, these aces, is like, yep, I've always said to you, free will, but you haven't opened the book yet. It's like, open the book. And the crazy thing is, the first ace I saw, I was staring at it. It was, and some of these cards are absolutely phenomenal, guys. They're not like freaky at all, but some of them are dark, right? This is the subconscious. This is dreams and nightmares. Okay. This is the dark and the light in one deck. I love it. I'm glad that I was pulled to it. I'm glad spirit let me get it because a lot of it is like gothic too. And spirit wasn't letting me get those. I always ask spirit, my pendulum was there for hours going through books. This is the very first one I saw, the Ace of Cups. And I stared at this for like 5 minutes. and I was trying to get a vibe. This was before I knew any of the history, before I even opened the book. Because before I do anything, typically sometimes I look through the cards and other times I'll instantly go and sage. These I instantly went and saged along with my runes ones. And it's whatever my instincts like tell me. But someone's anxiety is getting the best of me right now. But I stared at this for a good 5 minutes, and the only conclusion I can come up with, and I was screaming, "Open the fucking book!" And then I kind of like got out of my trance. But it's true. And then when I went to see, not when I went to see what it meant, because before I open the book, I always look at the cards and see what I take from it. Always, before I look at the description. And the aces is the book is the individual potential that is still closed, a beginning, a concentration of forces. So I love that my brain screamed to me and it was like, open the fucking book. So I already know right off the rip that I'm going to mesh with this deck. So again, I just feel like it was important. I didn't give you the history like I thought in my head I was going to give you the history. So I'm glad I put that video on for you. Someone's anxiety is like insane right now. Well, this is just like people have anxiety. I don't know what it is, but like it's getting the best of me right now. Like I have anxiety to the point where I don't know if you guys have anxiety. So when I pick up on people's energies, right, it doesn't even mean it's in the moment anxiety. Oh my God, she's watching or he's watching or this is like, it's not like that. It might not even be happening to you right now, but this is the extent of it's like the main energy. Because if this was me and I was stuck in this for over an hour, I'm not going to lie, I would take a Valium. If it was just me to calm myself down. So someone has extreme anxiety and it probably has a lot to do with your subconscious. Okay. So again, not a coincidence that I got this deck. So I think that's pretty cool. So it is based off of Lovecraft and a lot of his movies and books are based from fictional characters or things. Not all of them, but certain movies and certain books off of the Necronomicon, which I think is just fascinating. And there's alchemy in there, there's spells, there's witchcraft, there's black magic. It's how you want to use it and interpret it. And when the dark energy gets the best of you, it becomes demonic energy. You have to learn to fight the demonic energy. And I've stressed this to you guys plenty of times. It is the only way I overcame that part of my journey myself, with always being tied down like this on the bed with demonic energy above me, until finally I had no choice but to fight it. And it is one of the most scariest things a few times I've experienced till I realized I had to fight this. My spiritual journey, I don't take it lightly, guys. I went through everything you can possibly imagine to get to where I'm in today. It's like nightmares. If I was to write a book, it'd probably be just as scary with certain stuff, with not to the extent of the Necronomicon, right? But like those who come into the light and those who are healers, those who do like stuff like I do, when you tap into your potential, we all have it. It's just a matter of society and conditioning and whether or not you're going to tap into it and how you're going to use these gifts and expand the gifts and that type of stuff. Like, again, like clairvoyant, I'm a seer. And seers are known as all sorts of stuff, but they're also known as oracles. I used to have people tell me, are you an oracle? I'm picking up on certain vibes. I didn't even know what an oracle was. Okay, so there's certain parts of certain things um, that make sense. So I've been looking into a lot of, I don't know if I can find them anymore. I can Google it real quick. I had so many. Spiritual meaning of a seer. There's so many, and I saw the sage the other day. Um, and it's ironic. I got pulled to the geisha deck, which I do not use, and I should. But one that foresees the future, the past, and the present very clearly. That's me all damn day. Um, but it's kind of like a prophet, right? It's knowledge, a wise person. It's tapping into, certain stuff. They're really good at the art of division. Divination. Never mind division. I suck at division. Actually, I was pretty good at division. That's probably the only thing I was probably good at. Fortune telling, homeopathic healer, psychic. Um, I know it's linked to shaman energy too, heart seeker. You know what I mean? So there's so many different things that I could get into, and it's funny because it's a lot of a seer is almost like it makes sense because I was like, what am I going to be the next Notre Dame? Like, I don't want this. For those who have been with me for a long time will know I always had like certain gifts and they've always freaked me out. And remember, I got that one deck that I just started using with you guys the longest time ago. And I knew it had to do with, again, the whole foreseeing, you know, what I foresee is danger and that's scary to me. Um, but again, for those who have been with me for a long time, you know exactly like the stress it puts me under and the anxiety, and I'll cry and I'll step away. It's a lot for me to absorb. Um, and I've always said to you, seers are really good at trances. And how many times have I said to you in 4 years, I'm so scared I'm going to shut my eyes and fall into a trance? That's what seers do. So it was my own conscious and subconscious battling. I don't want to step into a trance. See what I'm saying? It's, I don't know how to explain it, but that's like my intuition already telling me, like, I am capable of doing that in a heartbeat. Haven't explored it. Kind of freaks me out. But again, a lot of you have been with me. Thousands of you have been with me since the beginning, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. Now it's time for me to tap into this shit, guys. Okay? I know I'm also really good at scribing. Okay? I bought this, 3 years ago? Haven't attempted it. So it's time for me to tap into this shit. It's not a coincidence. For weeks I've been talking about stuff just like this, and now all of a sudden I got the damn deck that explains a lot of things. Stuff's not it's not coincidental. My runes that have been sitting here have been calling me for months and months and months. Now I have the runes on the cards. But again, not the same runes that I have in there. There's a whole bunch of different types of runes. So now I'll be learning 2 different types. Okay? And I didn't even learn the extent of those runes. Remember I was telling you, my runes are calling me, you know? Those are powerful. And I don't know if it's frightening for me to step into all that again, because it can be frightening. But I'm not going to lie to you. It is time for me to tap into this shit again. So, and I love my cards, but I've been telling you for the longest time, like, I don't need them. And I probably won't always be using them, but I want to, and I want to incorporate certain stuff. So, just time for me to tap into this again. And I always come up with an excuse why I shouldn't tap into the. Any of you just see something weird on the wall right there, almost like a movie, or it was moving? I almost just saw like a. Anybody else pick up on that? I've been seeing things lately. I know it's not my imagination. I'll be sitting reading and I'll see like I don't know, I can't explain it. So, and I know with Patreon too, I gotta switch that up so it becomes exciting to me again. But I know they want me to work with you saw it, so it's not just me. I didn't know if like it was weird. I felt you see that orb? It was like ooh. So I do gotta start tapping into these and learning certain things. And I have all these crystals. Those became powerful and overwhelming. And I stepped away from my crystals. Okay. I gotta get back. I gotta tap back into the shit. And my big crystal, the one where I used to stick on my forehead that would really take me places, all of a sudden is missing. Not a coincidence. That's missing. I've always had spirit take my crystals and bring them back. And I just started looking. I just love that she just wrote that. The dead are fascinated with me. Yeah, probably. But I love the dead, and the dead knows I love them. So it makes sense. But and every time I talk to somebody, like I've never seen anybody with so many guides. Like it's insane. It's overpowering. So there's definitely powers, and I know they're just gonna. I don't know. I just said like the next Jane Fonda YouTube. That's eventually coming too, guys. That there's no way it's not. It's just a matter of what I do, how I do it. I can picture myself traveling. I can picture myself. I've always pictured myself on a reality show. Like there's so many things, but like I still always want to incorporate this. Is I don't know how many people come into another world or come into another lifetime and that are seers and certain stuff. Like those are powerful gifts that are meant to be used and heard and utilized, right? Spirit's probably pissed at me. And now that I've come to the conclusion of certain stuff and knowing that I'm absolutely a seer, and I have to take advantage of that. If I don't, it would be absolutely fucking foolish. So I'm looking for my crystal again, just to like double check. And, it's like, all right, where are you? It's like they hide things. And it's nowhere to be found. And for days, guys, if you go back and you look at my other videos, my crystal was legitimately like sitting right here in some of the reads, like right here. I think at one point I had it over here, and now it's just fucking up and gone. Okay. So I will tell you, when spirit takes crystals and they take stuff from you, when you find it again, trust me, it's going to be pretty fucking powerful. Okay. They typically take my rose quartz, but this time they took not my rose quartz. They typically mess with my clear quartz. You can actually see the vibration in my clear quartz, and I actually meant to put it in the full moon and I didn't, because sometimes that freaks me out too when there's too much power. So I'm just like, what the fuck? What did you do with my crystal? It's my big one. And I can put it on my forehead. I can put it on my third eye. And I crawl into it. For those who don't understand, I don't really know how to explain it. You can Google it. It's where your imagination takes you. And yeah, I just looked on the floor, like maybe it's on the floor, but I would have heard that bang. Oh, look at that. I just found a pendulum that I lost. Look at that. This was my very first pendulum. Holy shit, it was in the radiator. How cool is that? I haven't seen him. He was, wow. Look at that. I mean, I'd like to know what my crystal is, but hello. My mom actually got me my first pendulum. I had no idea how to use one. I didn't have any interest in it. And now I can't live without it. I mean, I got one in the car everywhere I go. That's how I talk to spirit. And I know you guys always wanted a pendulum class from me. But the first year using the pendulum is frightening, and spirit tricks you. And I was also learning a lot of lessons. So there was times I would get so frustrated and I'd cry. But you told me, and blah 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 blah. And yeah, they made sure I saw that lesson through. And then afterwards, like, I get it. Okay. So yeah, my mom got this in Colorado with other stones for me. So yeah, my clear quartz mountain, it's been taken from me. And I just noticed it the other day. So I know it's going to come back even more powerful. You can't that crystal is so, and you know what's fucked up? I just got the goosebumps. It actually probably happened the other night because there was like a little bang over here. There was noise. And I was like, I know I'm not hearing things. I got goosebumps. And the cats were laying in bed with me. And they both got up real quick and they just stared over here. And I was like, I just went back to watching Games of Thrones. I wonder if that's when they took it. And isn't it crazy that spirit can take something so heavy? So, so glad this is back. Hold on. Yeah, I'm looking all over the place for it because sometimes you'll find it in like the weirdest places. But like something like kind of just told me like outside, but they would never put it outside, I wouldn't think. Sometimes they put it back right where they got it, which is pretty fucking cool. I'm hoping that just happens like that again. It will probably happen like that again. I'm so glad I got that pendulum back. Very cool. That's probably been gone for over a year. If I think about it, my bed was over here. Yeah, a little over a year ago. And it probably fell off the bed and into the heater. It wasn't hidden from me. The crystal was definitely hidden from me. And I don't know what they do when they take it like that. They obviously do things to it, but like, I don't know. There's obviously power within it, or they're doing something with it. So I have a feeling they'll put it back right where they got it, because it was right there, guys. And then new energy will be within that, and then new energy will be given to me, which I get excited about. This time I just gotta stick with it, So it's driving me nuts. Guys, I mean, it really was just here, and I just noticed yesterday, and what made me notice was I wanted to use that crystal for the deck, the new deck, and I noticed I couldn't find it, and my clear quartz is now on that one. So I feel like I'm going to take these. I had these above my bed. A whole bunch of really cool colored ones. I'm going to put these over here too. Oh, I miss my rock collection that is in storage. But Yeah, I keep looking like it's gonna appear, but it bothers me. It's like, really? It's one of my favorite. Huh, thanks. I know, really. Look at us now. I know that's why it's like, you guys are where I'm at. It's like frustrating to read this too, because we've learned stuff. So it's up to me as a teacher to, embody my own gifts and share. The prediction shit just scares the shit out of me, but it is what it is. It is what it is. And again, just being in tune with my crystals again, it's like, like I said, I know that just becomes just as powerful. And I know it can become extremely overwhelming, guys. Trust me. It slowed me down. It's like I haven't even reached my capability, and when I even get an inkling of something, sometimes I just get so freaked out. So I know I heal. I don't know how I heal. I just heal. It's within like the seer thing, but it's a different part of the seer. So I gotta take the knowledge I now have and utilize it, or try to, I don't know. Divination, via occult, seeing, doing predictions. The prediction thing freaks me out, And I think the part that freaks me out the most is I feel like I'm wrong. And that's the part I need to overcome, whether I'm wrong or right. If it's a message that needs to come out, it is what it is, But it's extremely intimidating. The big things that I've predicted have happened, and it's scary. It's a lot, and they're all tragedies. And Notre Dame being a prophet, which is kind of the same thing as, it's like his book ended. Like there needs to be other people now doing it, and it's like, man, I just don't want to be part of that. But apparently I don't have a choice. I mean, I have a choice, but I don't. It just happens, like the bombing, to have that behind me and at work so clear. There's definitely going to be a suicide bombing, and it's coming. It's probably coming this week. I do feel like it's something with the 24th and probably NYC, Manhattan area. And it's ironic, how I got that message too was a song. And remember when I predicted the tsunami? That came through a song too. Something about north, south, east. It was a song with north, south. And you know what the ironic thing is? The song that told me about the bombing had east and west in it or something like that. So, the two different songs. So, I feel like I gotta educate myself with more music too. Maybe not, because what was it? John Mellencamp and Barry Manilow came through in one of the reads. And I don't know their songs, but there was one I was actually, oh, they sang that, or he sang that. I was like, oh, I didn't know that. So the names are going to come through, I guess, regardless of whether or not I know the song. I'm assuming. And seers are super sensitive with animals too. That's probably when I close my eyes, I see animals. And again, I bought that animal deck and never used it. It's because I tap into something and it like freaks me out, and I instantly say, fuck that. I'm gonna go back to just reading the bullshit. But I need to stop doing that. So, you know. So I'll figure it out. And again, not a coincidence. So I'm assuming that's probably John. I mean, not John. There must be a John here. But I'm assuming that's Howard Philip Lovecraft. And again, I don't know much about him, but I know he was like a big deal. And then other people who created horror was a big deal, like Stephen King, a big deal. So basically, those who don't love Lovecraft, it's like the modern day. You would equate him to Stephen King and all the other ones that do horror. But it is. It's our imagination is a powerful thing. It can spiral us into depression. It can spiral us into happiness. It can spiral. It's like Neptune energy. It's imaginary energy. It can take you fucking anywhere. You know what I mean? I love it. You know? But it can be extremely powerful like this. It's nightmares, you know? So again, not a coincidence that I got this deck, and it's a lot of it's based on Roman stuff and Egyptian. All the pyramids, I think pages and knives are based about Egyptian stuff, which breaks down to like Roman stuff. I want to say my book, the runic tarot, it's definitely all like Roman too. I mean, I know I definitely had a Roman past life. You guys remember my little antique thing I have that I still need to bring to the museum? Remember I showed you guys once? It's like it looks like it's on glass, like a copper, not copper, like a tinted glass. And it's got an image of somebody on it. That's how they used to wear the jewelry. It's like a little piece of jewelry. You guys remember I showed you? Did I ever show you guys that? I think I did. That's still wrapped away in a safety security box until I find the right museum to look at it. It's probably worth a lot of money. But I do, it's like it was given to me as a gift. I was told to do what I wanted with it. And it was from kind of like a stranger. Again, I just have to find the right museum because I actually want that to be in a museum. Like at first I was like, oh, I want to wear it and have it like put in like a ring or have like the right jeweler do it. But if it's really from the Roman era, which I really truly believe it is, it belongs in a museum so other people can appreciate it. Appreciate it. I gotta find the right museum. Guys, I've been saying that for years to you guys. Because it's not about the money. It's gotta have value. The value in that, knowing that I have a piece of jewelry from the Roman, like Egyptian days, is insane to me. But I don't pick up on the energy like I do with my Casper, with the piece of ivory I have, because he sits above me and it's for me to still figure out. But it's linked to a past life. I know that for sure. And the person who made this necklace made it for his daughter that was passing away. That much I know. And it was a gift. So they didn't purpose, like they came across the elephant was the vision I got. And he took the husk. It was already dead. And he made something special for his daughter that was dying. And I still have to get in tune with that. But that energy is insane. You guys remember that story? How I just knew it was at the gift store, the shop. I forget what I went in for, and I'm like, is that an elephant up there? They're like, the guy was even surprised it was on the floor. It was from an auction. It wasn't even supposed to be up front, and they don't even know how I saw it. I don't even know how I saw it. And they were real discreet. They gave me not much knowledge. I think I paid $700 and I didn't even know if it was real ivory or not. I just knew I wanted it. And I struggled. I went in and out of the jewelry store. Do I get it? Do I not? Do I get it? Do I not? And I'm glad I did. So maybe that's why I have a thing with elephants. I didn't even think about that. And it's in the shape of an elephant. It was made hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago. But technically, they weren't supposed to sell it to me because selling ivory is illegal. So I do have to get in tune with that. And I do want it to get passed down to probably kid by kid. I don't know. See, I don't know if I want my kid to have it. Maybe I do, because I do, I guess. But which one, I don't know. I don't know which one can handle that. There's a lot of things. Probably should write a list of things that I tapped into and then I stopped from fear. But again, it's dedicating myself to the practice. It's a lot of work. Not that I'm afraid of the work. I'll figure it out. I'll write a list. I'll ask Spirit which one to start working on first. But even my crystals I pulled away from because it becomes overwhelming. The things you can tap into can make you start feeling like you're fucking crazy. And again, it's like it's like the predictions, like it's fear of being judged or fear of being wrong. And it freaks me out to predict something so powerful and could scare people. Bothers me. You know, if something was more clear, I'd probably would be more okay with delivering messages. Another reason why I got to try scrying, to get that clarity. And then what was the other one? Oh, it was I almost want to start another channel again. You know, where it's the LBGTQA. Again, not having the knowledge behind it makes me feel like I don't want to read it or I'm going to be judged, or you know what I'm saying? And I have to persevere. I have to push through that. But how many times from the beginning that I started my channel, I've been telling you guys, like, I want to start another channel linked to that. And it's like, I think the fact that I haven't, and when I've done certain reads for like the like-minded energy years ago, that I ended up not even posting or sharing. I think one of them, like I end up crying. Like it's a very sensitive subject for me. Like to speak on something I don't have knowledge on like that, it just is baffling. Like how does a straight person be an advocate for the community? And I guess it's obviously it's a thing, right? And I guess it would make sense that I would feel like I would need to do something like that, or I have throughout the years, because I can see both sides of a situation. And we've had this conversation over the last couple of years. I think it happens around like September, August. No, like January, the July to like September energy, where this energy always comes in for us. And like I see myself debating, I see myself on stage, I see myself being that, but I gotta have the knowledge to debate something. So it's very hard for me when I feel like they're putting me in positions that I don't have fucking knowledge on. Like I was like, right before, if you guys watch Patreon, for those who are on Patreon, you'll see the video. And it was about the community and certain stuff. And it was like a week before that I got a message. And then like days after. Do you know I woke up from like a dead sleep and started a new like YouTube channel and called it yeah, LGBTQA straight talk. And I was like, this was December 15th. And I haven't done anything with it. I haven't published it. And I told myself, like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? I instantly created the channel. I felt like I was like in a trance. I don't even know how to explain it. But it's like I don't need another channel when I can talk about it on this channel. But how many times does something come up and I push away from it? See what I'm saying? And it's like, then it's like I stepped right back out of that energy and I'm like, cool, what are you doing? But I think it's like fear, but it's like I don't have knowledge on it. So, but I know it's good to be advocates, right? Especially for people that are in the middle. The previous read that came through, I was like, oh, I'm not going to read this. And I end up reading it anyway. It just, I can't explain it. I can't explain it. And who wakes up from a dead sleep, rushing to get to work and creates a channel? And then I'm like, is that even insulting? I did LGB, LBGQ, LB, LGBT, LGBTQA straight talk. And then I'm thinking, is that insulting? Because then it's like straight talk. Are they going to take that as coming from a straight person? Because it wasn't meant for that. See what I'm saying? So it's like, here I am, started a channel. And then I'm like, what am I going to do? Just go on and be like, okay, well, I'm kind of naive to you guys' situation. So I'd really like some feedback. Like, help me out and blah, blah. Like, so I don't know what the fuck I'm doing or why I got pulled to do that. I got pulled to do that just like that. And for years, guys, I've been pushing away from these fucking reads because I'm not knowledgeable. I don't want to start something I have no knowledge on. So I don't know what I'm going to do. And then I'm like, why do I got to separate the channel? But then I'm thinking to myself, like, wow, like, how do I go from like that community, straight community, and even I call this a straight community, and I feel like I shouldn't even say that, but how many people from the gay community and certain stuff, clients and stuff, so that's not a big deal at all. But why have your own channel, right? But then I'm like, well, I guess I just thought to myself, like, wow, I probably can relate to that community because they're already like-minded. A majority of them are probably already like spiritual, not linked to religion. They've already stepped out of the box by owning what they are and being proud of what they are. So I'm like, holy fuck, Court, you could probably relate to them like you fucking like the back of your hands. Like, oh yeah, brand new community that like I can relate with, but can't relate because I can relate but can't relate. So once again, I think I've done that before. We've talked about this before. And I think I shut the channel down. But again, waking up the other day, it was instinct. And I literally opened a new channel. And I don't even know if that's what I want to call it. I put my face on the channel and everything, guys. And I made like a short 50-second video telling them to go watch this video on my channel. Like, I even put my face on there. Like, I'm like, and I've done nothing with it. So it's like, do I really start a new channel. I look demonic there. No, not really. But so it's like, do I really start a new channel? It's like, do I really have time? Like, why can't I just like combine it with this channel? Like, I don't know. And I know ego always holds you back. That's what I'm saying. We talk about ego. That's part of my ego, and it's fear. And if you guys want to go and subscribe, I guess you can go live now. I called it, and I don't even know if I'm going to change it, LGBTQA Straight Talk. And I don't even know if they're going to take that offensive or not. See what I'm saying? But now I think I'm just probably overthinking it. I don't know what the fuck to do with it. And I know I have other projects in my future. And it's not that I can't handle other projects. But then again, it's like I need enough subscribers. I need enough things to like go live. And I'm sure if I asked all you guys, I could probably go and you guys all subscribe, 1,000 of you, and then I could start going live. But it's like catching all of them and talking about certain stuff. I was talking to a friend about it. And I was like, why is this happening? And yet he's transgender. And he's like, I'll help you, Court. I'll explain certain stuff. And he was like, there's groups and there's parents groups. And I'm like, well, I don't really want a parents group opinion. Like what was my exact words to him? You know, there's other things, but he's like, there's parent groups. I did sense back that, but inclusive. You know, I get what you mean. I'm not saying that you're not open-minded, because he's like, you got to be more open-minded. And I was like, oh, well, you don't quite know me well enough. Like, he didn't take offense to it. We didn't take offense to it. But like if he knew me well enough, he would know I'm totally open-minded to it. Like, so that's just coming from an outsider's perspective. But it's funny because at the end we're like, true, you know, LOL, it's okay, because we get the point at the end. And I was like, touche. But parent thing. Because he's like, this parent groups, and I was like, well, is there anything local? Things like that. And I don't remember my exact thing. But I didn't want. No, I know you aren't looking for a parent support group, but there's a lot of things, because I was like, that would be great, but I'm not really looking for a parent support group. I said, I want like Q&As, like experiencing that type of stuff. Because he's like, I can send you this and this. And I'm like, I don't want, it'd be nice to have everyone's opinion, but I don't necessarily want the opinions from just a parental support group, because it's, to me, would be somewhat biased. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure. Well, for me, I do feel like it'd be biased, but I think at the same time, it'd be important to get, hey, this is why the parents feel this way or this and that, because again, I know not one way or another, I'm straight down the middle. I can see both sides and I can relate to both sides and I can support both sides. What I won't support is bullshit and certain stuff, you know, but it's also important for them to understand and see a different perspective too. So I don't know how many advocates, I don't know. Once again, here I go. Open the channel. If y'all want to go to it, I'll share the link. I don't know when I'm going to start it, if I'm going to start it. But if you'd like to subscribe, so it does get circulated. That would be good, I guess. But see, then that's me being like, I'm going to do it. See, I don't know if I'm going to do it yet. Fuck, man. I don't know. And then I feel like, why do I got to separate them? But then I'm like, well, fuck them. Why do I separate them? But I don't separate them. But at the same time, I'm like, Okay, so we got this community, and when I am, we got to call the other community my straight community. Like, but then I think to myself, like, that's so fucked up. But then I'm like, you know what's fucked up? The fact that they separate that community and they think it's okay to have a straight community. That's just as fucked up. I don't see what I'm saying. Like, so once again, no idea why fucking baffled. And I do feel like that community needs probably more advocates. I'm not gonna lie. People who can look at something differently, read something differently, see two sides of a perspective. Because usually, I guarantee majority of the advocates are more for one-sided than the other side. It's like there needs to be more people fighting both sides, if that makes sense. Hey, pumpkin butt.
Taking your charger. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I also know starting this channel is going to stir a lot of feathers, even within my family. Again, I don't care. Have you met me yet? Okay? They weren't okay when I started this either. Okay? But I feel like starting this type of channel is a lot more negative feedback because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about necessarily when it comes to XYZ, but I do know how to be on both sides of a situation and try to figure out the best problem. But I'm telling you, when I'm in tune with just you guys' energy alone, never mind the energy from that type of community. It's gotta be so painful. So, but it's true, like I'm associated with, I have at least, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, questioning, and all other individuals. Yeah, I'm associated with all of them in my life. Like strong links to all of that. And with the transgender, I only know 2, friends with 1, but me and Marsh were talking about it because of the incidents we were talking about. Remember I told you someone extremely close to me with the HIV? That individual is bisexual. But we started talking about statistics. Do you know a majority, I think like 10,000 straight men were asked, and more than 60% or 70% of them said they wanted to be with a transgender, like in secret, in privacy, that they would be with a transgender because you're getting best of both worlds. And it was mind-blowing to me. I was like, no way. She's like, yeah, way. She started like, she knows a lot of statistics. She knows quite a few transgenders. She works with a few. She's known them for years, watched them transition. So she's got a lot of knowledge on that too, right? And I'm telling you, the community itself is, a majority of them are spiritual or they're atheists because there's so many cultures that don't believe in it, right? So it makes sense that I would be pulled to like communities like that. I'm not gonna lie. So if and when I decide to do that, I will let you guys know. But the channel is already created. And I do feel like, I just hope no one takes that offensive how I labeled it. But I guarantee a majority of people will not. But again, with me right now starting something, it's my own fear of being judged. And that's a scary thought. But I pushed through it when I started this channel, and I know I would push through it. How do I know that's not where I'm meant to be right now, just to switch things up? Because this has been stagnant. Doesn't mean you guys can't go over there and have some debates here and there with me, and you know, then I have, all of you guys, and then the new ones, and they get different opinions. You know what I'm saying? So the only thing stopping me right now is my own fear, my own ego, afraid of being judged and afraid of going in something I have no knowledge on. But think about it, guys. I had zero fucking knowledge when I started this spiritual tarot channel. So why should it be any different with me going and starting that? I just feel like there's so many other projects that I need to work on. And the fact that spirit was okay with me grouping is mind-blowing to me. Because there shouldn't be groups. Well, there should be groups, but you know what I mean? Like, it shouldn't have come down to us singling out genders or who loves who or who loves what. And I know this is a thing, guys, because a couple weeks ago, I was even saying to a friend, I was like, I watched a movie last week, and it was like a Hallmark movie, and it was two gay men. And I'm like, oh, I don't mind watching two gay women kiss and this and that. And, it seems more natural and certain stuff, and which is so fucked up. But I still ended up watching it. It was a Hallmark. I don't think it was a Hallmark, but it was a Christmas movie. I think it's Netflix. And I watched it, and I was like, wow, that's a good movie. I guess, like, because I'm not used to watching two men. You know what I'm saying? But there was like a month ago, well, I forget what I was watching, but I was like, it was two men and they were going at it. But I could see the passion. I could feel the passion. I was like, all right, fucking get it. No judgment. So it's so weird how I perceive things in my head, because I was like, do I really want to watch a Christmas movie right now based on two gay men? Like, and I battled with that concept, and I still watched it and ended up being a good movie. So again, not a coincidence. This is not the first time this has come to me of starting this type of channel. But again, I guess I would just have to be, I think why I said straight talk, I didn't mean it as like gender. This is just my ego getting in the way. It's just my fear of being judged right now getting in the way of how I did that. Totally got sidetracked. Oh yeah, it's just my fear and ego with the whole straight talk. But like, just meaning like I could switch it up to straight debates, or you know what I'm saying? And it's not one's right and one's wrong. Everyone at the end of the day has their own opinion, right? It's just how you're going to push through, So if I do end up doing it, it's just I'm going to have to be straightforward and honest and explain to them how I'm explaining to you. I am naive with certain stuff. Educate me. I want to be educated. I got to be also strong enough to push through certain reads and see things in different ways. And because every time I've done videos in the past or went to publish them, I'm talking years ago, I couldn't make it through a video without crying. So maybe now that it's years later, I'm strong enough to be an advocate. But I'm like, and I always talk and preach about being your own child's advocate and being your own advocate. And now here I am, like, do I really want to be an advocate for this community? But it's a different kind of advocate, if that makes sense. It's explaining how the other person sees it and feels something too at the same time. It's not just a one-sided advocate. I don't know if an advocate means one-sided. I don't think so. I don't think so. And I was like, I even asked my friend that was, transgender and certain stuff. And I said, can I even be an advocate for this community knowing that I'm straight? And he probably thought that was like the silliest question. He's like, of course you can. And then I was like, all right, can we sit down like for a few hours? Because we need to talk, you know? So, but they have everyday issues just like we do. If not, it's like they got more on their plate. But what it doesn't make it, see, that's where the biased opinion comes in, because it's like it doesn't make them any, that you don't have to look at that community anymore like special, or it's so no different from you. All right, it's society who gave them a category, you know. But I do feel like in a way they definitely need more help, and probably they do the stuff that they push through. I just, I don't, and being so open minded already, it's, you know. So I'm assuming I'm gonna stop that channel, which won't take away from you guys. I just feel like I haven't processed in my head why I went from going to that community and then calling you guys a straight community, and some of you guys are within that community. Why was I put in that position of segregating? Why? Because in a way, it makes me look like a fucking ass. But that's what fucking society is doing here, and it's wrong. So I haven't really understood why I needed to create my own channel. I think maybe to pull that energy in, and talk about certain stuff once I'm more knowledgeable on it. It boils down to mental health, and physical health, and emotional health, and tarot. And I want to do more of the debating. I want to do more with that channel. I think, I'm not positive, because it just was like random and out of the blue. Like literally, I woke up December 15th and created that channel right before work. It was like a rush. And then I was like, just do it, just do it. And I want to say I've already created one of these channels and took it down years ago. I'm almost positive I did. And I said, no, I'm not going to do it. And at the end of the day, love is love. And there's just some assholes that can't accept certain shit. And then others, it's just their ego getting in the way of acceptance. But trust me, I'm not going to break down. I'm not going to sit there and break down in one community and be like, okay, well, you kind of need to accept like where your parents are at, blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm not going to do that shit either, because I'm not against that. If this is where your parents are at and this is where you're at, you're going to have to, hands down, most definitely learn how to separate yourself and energies in a healthy way. Just like I would teach you guys in a healthy way with boundaries, right? And I guarantee that community is way more open-minded than the straight community. And I fucking hate that I got now put in a position to call it a fucking gay community and a straight community. Like, that shit pisses me off. Spirit put me in that fucking position. And I guess the reason will eventually come to me on why I was just put in that position. Because it pisses me off that I now look at you guys, and not completely, but it pisses me off that I now look at you guys as the straight community, when a majority of, and please don't take offense to that, because it pisses me off, when there shouldn't even be a fucking target or a category like that. And I know a majority of you are within that community, because I've had a lot of clients throughout the years that were in that community. So see how frustrating this is for me? It's like bullshit. You know? And I think the reason why, yeah, love is love. But I think at the end of the day, I called it straight talk because it's almost like I want to debate things. I want everyone's opinion. I want to do lives like I do with you guys, where there's hundreds of you and then there's doing polls and getting opinions and topics to touch base on. And so it's going to be a lot of work because I'm going to have to become knowledgeable. That's a lot of fucking work. Debate what? I don't know. I don't know what to debate, but it's like straight. When I say straight talk, it reminds me of like straight debate. And remember years ago, was it last summer? I was like, I could just picture myself or other people like being on a podium and just debating. And I know I'm good at that. It's just a matter of having the knowledge behind it, right? It's the power behind it. So it's like taking certain topics or taking this or taking, whatever it may be, race, or that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a touchy fucking subject, guys, to put yourself in, to just throw yourself into. And I think that's why for years I've been battling it. And if for years it's been on my brain, it's a given that it was something I was meant to do. And it was me having to push through my own ego. I had no intentions on coming in and even telling you guys any of this at all. Swear to God. Swear. It's the craziest thing that I even did. I don't even know how we started talking about it. Because here I am wanting to practice like all this other stuff and the seeing abilities. Hi, Sheldon. Hi, buddy. He woke up again. He went to sleep again for 4 days. So, hey, buddy. Hi. You're going to need fresh water. You're going to need fresh water. That's my pretty baby. Well, I'm going to get you some fresh water. So, oh yeah. And then I'm thinking to myself, here I am. I got to touch base on this gift and start learning about this gift. And oh yeah. And at the same time, Court, start a fucking channel that you have fucking like zero knowledge on. Like, okay, spirit. Sure. Like the fuck right now. Let me get him more water. Welcome back, Sheldon. Welcome back. My pretty baby. Welcome back. You guys want to say hi to Sheldon? Oh, it's all stuck in. There he is. Say hi. Hi, my little pumpkin butt. That's his favorite. He actually went into hibernation when I gave that back to him. It's like a cat bed thing. It was like a big tower. Hi. So, he's awake again. I think that was like a 4-day slumber. What, the one before that was like 10 days. Oh, my back is rocking. My back is rocking. So, yeah. So I'm like, here I am needing to learn like my own gifts. And all the other projects I know that are coming my way and what I should be working on. I'm just like, I don't know. It's just crazy. I just find it offensive to separate the channels like that. How long do I stay awake? I stay awake for a day. He'll wait for me to feed him. See, he's coming right towards me. What he wants is out. But you're supposed to leave them within their enclosure for a couple days because they can barely see when they've been in a slumber like that. You know? Yeah, see, it's offensive. Agree. Yeah, I find it offensive too. But yeah, I just got put in the position. So I don't know. He's about to drink his water. So go ahead, buddy. Well, this is Sunday, right? He went back in Monday or Tuesday. So this is more. No, he was in it for 4 days, came out on his own, and he just came out on his own again. So he went into hibernation again for 2 days. Good boy. Is it too cold? Hi, Papa. Hi. He went 4 days, then 2 days. Technically, the ones that are older will give just got wicked lightheaded. Typically 8 to 16 weeks. Yeah. But each time he gets up on his own, he wants to come out and he can't. He can barely see. Well, I mean, he can, but he's not really supposed to. But again, that's after like an 8-week slumber, right? So it's like when the weather goes down, when the temperature goes down, they like to go into hibernation. And there's not too many leopard tortoises that go into hibernation. They're really not supposed to. A majority of owners will not even do that because they don't need to. But me personally, I'm just letting him do what feels natural to him. It would make sense that spirit would give me a tortoise that wants to do the natural thing, right? So I'm not going to take that away from him. I'm not. I saw the cutest picture on Instagram. Could have sworn I screenshotted it to show you guys. I was like, oh my God, it's so cute. This is like the size, like Sheldon will get to this size right here. It's like a Christmas picture. I was like, oh, so cute. Like this probably won't be him for like 10 more years, but he'll get big like that. I was like, I cannot wait. He's only 5. So, so I'm excited. That will be him in like 5 years. Hi, Papa. I'm so attached to him. And I know it's like, in you guys' eyes, just a tortoise. He's way more than just a tortoise to me. I've always been linked to turtles and elephants and hippos. Hippos was my favorite before an elephant. As I got older, I started loving the elephants. Even as a kid, I loved elephants, but hippos. I used to have hippos all over the place, believe it or not. It was always hippos, and I liked giraffes for a little while. Like, I'm talking like what I would collect. And I never collected giraffes. I think I had one. But my Aunt Shelley is obsessed with giraffes. Um, and I'm obsessed with like animals. Like, we're the only ones within the family, elephants, we're the only ones within the family that actually like collect certain animals, and she does giraffes. And I do elephants. Hey, buddy. But he's just precious to me. And technically he's Caden's. But I knew when I bought him, it ended up being mine. But he is Caden's. Technically, it was Caden's birthday present. But eventually he'll go to Caden and the kids, but not until Caden's like in a house and settled, and his wife or him have time to take care of him. You know what I mean? So I'll have him for at least another 20 years. It's a given. Oh, buddy. And to be honest with you, I might not give him away until I die. Sorry, Caden. But Caden named him. And I only okayed it because I liked the name Sheldon because of the show I used to watch. I forget the name of the show. It's a funny show. But Sheldon was a scientist. So I'm sure her going to hibernation off and on, and I have been feeding him. Technically, you're not supposed to feed them a few days before hibernation because it can mess with them and test the tracks, but Spirit told me it was okay. So he's probably like, he's just hungry again. Oh. Hey. I'm on YouTube. Everything okay? All right, I'll call you in a little while. It's sore. Yeah. I think just because it's like it's just healing and it feels tight and itchy, but it's sore. It's like I almost wish it was just numb, be easier to work with and walk with, you know? But it's not. It's sore as shit. Yeah. All right, I love you. Bye. Hey, buddy. So anyway, I got sidetracked, but he's amazing. And I can't wait for him to be this size. I'm like pumped. The Big Bang Theory, yeah. So he's gonna be a big boy. And the boys always tend to get bigger. And he's still little. He's only 5, guys. He's only 5. And like when I plan on moving, I know my daddy's like jack of all trades. So he'll do like a really nice enclosure. I kind of want to build it into the wall and have like a lot of plants and hiding spaces, but not as big as this one, but like a stair so he can go up and down. Because he's, to me, it's like a cat. He's not going to be in his enclosure all day, just like he isn't now. He walks around for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. So eventually, they're pretty smart. Eventually, when I start giving him more free range, which he has free range, but like meaning when it gets a little warmer, I'm going to attempt like a litter box. But it's got to be big enough. So I don't know if I'm going to do it quite yet. Because who wants to put a litter box in the house that big for a big-ass tortoise to turn around in, right? But they do have diapers. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'm not worried about it. If I have to and pick up piss and shit, I will. We do it for our dogs, right? So Hopefully he doesn't. Once in a while he'll have an accident, but a majority of the time, and it's they only go like once or twice a week, and it's typically after they eat, and typically there's times I'll never find piss and shit in there because he always pisses and shits in his bath once a week, always, because it's warm, it pushes it out. So then I flush it down the toilet and I refill it. So they're not dirty. It's like the cleanest animal, I swear to God, I've ever had. He really is the cleanest animal I've ever had. And he's just awesome. So, and I can't wait for him to have like an enclosure outside. But I have to dig one up. So like when I purchase something eventually, or I settle, because you need to have you need to dig up the area and put the mesh underneath at least a foot of soil, because they dig and they bury themselves and they find their way out. A lot of people lose their tortoises that way. They'll dig right to fucking China. So that's why, like, when I let him outside by himself for a couple hours, I put him in a dog crate. And he's still young enough where a hawk can scoop him up. So he won't be out of that danger zone for at least another 5 years. A hawk would have trouble picking him up right now, but I wouldn't risk it. I'm too much of a mom. I just love you. He's just staring at me. He's pretty cool. He literally is just like in La La Land staring at me. Oh, you can't really see him with the light. Oh, stinker. But he's just staring at me. He loves staring at his mama. That's because he wants to come out. I feel bad. Hi, Papa. There's been times like I want to hold him during a reading, but I feel like it really fucks up Kai. Kai couldn't handle the energy. So I miss Kai. I miss my Kai. I don't know if I'll ever get another parrot. I say I won't. I want one, but I know they're a lot of work, and like I plan on traveling and doing certain stuff, and he's easy enough to take care of, you know. But again, you know, I got an awesome pet store that took Kai for the weekend, and they loved him. That was African grade in the pet store. It's like $8,000. I'm always like, they just look at me and they're like, "Don't do it." I'm like, "I know. The pet store knows me so well. Don't do it, Courtney. Don't do it." I go in there all the time, and I'm like, oh, they're like, "Don't do it. Sheldon does not need a friend. Tortoises do not need friends. A leopard tortoise does like not need a friend." And I'm like, oh, okay. Because he would have had a friend a long time ago. They have albino. They have the albino leopard tortoise now that they've been breeding for a couple years. I fucking want one. I want one so bad. I'll show you. This guy has been breeding them. I follow him on Instagram. Albino leopard tortoise. Although I had an albino snake. But we all know what his name was Casper. Look at how fucking cute he is. Oh, that's my sister. Hold on. Hey. Oh, I know. Can I call you back? I'm on YouTube. Bye. Let me just show you how fucking awesome Saucy is. And they would ship to me too. Oh, you can barely see it. Well, that one looks a little darker. I wish I could like the black is really popping in this because of the video. Oh, well, maybe that tends to be a little darker up there as they get older, but the ones I've been seeing, I'd be shocked. Oh my God, look at that's like Sheldon when I put the water on him. Sheldon's the same way. He loves water. Look at this lady. Just going to the store with my turtles. Oh, there's some albino ones. But that's not a tortoise. But that's not a. Yeah, it does look like a leopard tortoise. So they've probably been around for a lot longer than I thought. Yeah, apparently they have. Wow. So some are darker. Let me show you. And some have the darker tops, and some are lighter. Oh, this does no justice. But these ones have like the black tops that we just saw. Turn it down a little bit. And the other ones have no black marking at all. So I guess they have been around for a while. They are cool. It's a little, I don't know. You're just as cool though. All right, let's do a read. We're just yapping. This is like yapping Sunday. They don't need a friend. But you can have two together. Absolutely. They don't need one. You know what I mean? Sometimes they actually don't like it when there's just two. And these are studies from like people who breed. Like his top. So just the shadow. Just touching me for a minute. Yeah, the top one is like growing differently. I want to make sure it's not like a calcium thing. But it's just the way he's growing too, and he's growing fast, and that's another reason why you're supposed to have the tortoises go into hibernation, because it stops the growth, because they can grow extremely fast. And I have noticed that in the last year he's grown a lot quicker than he probably should have. So his own body is slowing him down. So once again, I'm just letting him do what he would do in the wild, because they don't want to take that from him. So yeah, my snake, I had to get rid of him. Do you guys remember why I got rid of him? He got out. And I woke up that night, and I know my brain, my conscious told me he was out. And I went back to sleep. And I got up again. And yeah, the shell's sensitive. It's like where their sensory nerves are. I had 2 cats in the room. He could have strangled the cats. I had Nyla in the room, my Sphinx. In the morning, I found him in the radiator. That was hell to get him out of there. Thank God I got him out of there before he went into the wall. I brought him straight to the MSPCA, and I made sure they weren't going to put him down. I gave him the food, I gave him the cage, I gave him everything. And I said, if nobody comes to take him in a week, let me know. In the same day, they had people waiting. They have waiting lists there for like snakes, and waiting lists for people who are looking for certain exotic animals. And the same day, someone came and picked him up. And I think 2 months later, I got an email with a picture. And I was like, oh. So it was scary, because he managed to escape the locks, and there was no and they were locked, and there was no hole in the screens. It was the creepiest fucking thing, because it just didn't make any sense on how he got out. And it was instant. I took him straight to the MSPCA. I mean, he could have took the cats out in a heartbeat. He was cool, though. So, I ended up with like 4 rats at a time because he wouldn't eat them. And then the kids wouldn't let me kill the rats because they got attached to the rats. I used to sit there, and as the rats die, they get older. And I would hold them for hours crying as they all died in my arms. I think all my animals died in my arms. So stressful. Kai died in my arms. For hours, I'm like, just take him, just take him, just take him. Take him now. Like, take him. Like, this is torture. And I even cried with the rats. It was tough. He was very particular with the rats he ate. So, anyhow. And his name wasn't Casper, it was Juji. I don't know why I called him Casper. I think that's because I was talking about my elephant. But his name was Juji. He was pretty cool. He was an albino. He wasn't a python. He was a he wasn't a boa constrictor. What was he? He was I mean, he would have got big. Not huge, but big. He was already a big boy. Was he he wasn't a python. He was a python. He was an albino python. So, he was cool. You had red spiders for turtles. Oh, I would never. Oh, no. Oh my gosh, no. He's a vegetarian. I'll stick to that. Yeah, it's a ball python. He was cool. His name was Juji. We had him for a couple years. But that night, it scared the shit out of me. Like, it just scared me to the point where I was like, nope, never again, because I want to say it was still locked and there was no holes in the screen. I got goosebumps. Like, it just didn't make any sense. And again, I heard him get out. I don't know if I was just too tired. My intuition was telling me, snakes out, snakes out. It happened twice. It woke me up. So he wandered around in that room for a good 5 hours. He absolutely could have took out one of the cats in a heartbeat. But obviously he wasn't meant to take out the cats, right? So else that would have happened. He was a good boy. So needless to say, I'm connected to all animals. Not spiders. Just not my thing. Spiders are like not my thing. It's probably the only thing that's not my thing. But even when I was a kid, I used to hide all the bugs in the top drawer. My mom would go through all my drawers to make sure there was no bugs. I used to save the worms. I had worms in my top drawer. I was quite the kid, man. I just remember hours outside. My friends would be like, let's go on the swing. And I'd be digging up worms and playing with the bugs. And the bugs were like my Barbies. I'm not going to lie. The bugs were legitimately like my Barbies. I think I had like my little rainbow bright crew. And I used to bring them outside, let the bugs crawl all over them like that. That was like the parents. And I used to always look for salamanders. Salamanders were my favorite. And we have some cool salamanders around here. Endangered ones. And well, I think they're like all endangered now, but we have some cool ones in the back. I can find a salamander in a heartbeat. I'm not afraid to dig under all that shit. I used to dig. My mom would get like freaked out because I would dig and I'd be like, oh, I'd have a centipede on me. And I'd just be like, it's all right, Ma. Wait, don't go anywhere. Let me show you the salamanders. They were my favorite. They didn't stay long to play though. I would like place them like on like the logs, but they would always like scatter like, you're a human. I'd be like, don't go anywhere. I just want to watch you play. I was a cute kid. I loved my bugs. I loved my bugs. So, like I said, I'll play a couple of these. New deck is called the Grimoire Tarot, based on, I believe, the H.P. Lovecraft, his imagination. And so again, like these images are not meant to scare you. It's more of like your subconscious and your conscious, right? It's the demons we all have to battle. You know, it's the psyche. So again, I really want to learn this deck the proper way, so I'm only going to pull a couple. Hey, pumpkin butt. You know you're just staring at the mama. I gotta give him a bath. He's probably dehydrated. We were supposed to get a foot of snow. We didn't get a foot of snow, but we did get snow. I'll show you. Oh, I can't pull this. Oh, it's too light out. Forget it. This thing doesn't, the camera does not like the light. It does not like the light. It's freaking annoying. I can't even show you the snow. It's pretty. It's snowing out. Well, it's not snowing now, but I smell a very distinct smell. And I don't know why I'm smelling that. I don't think there's a spiritual meaning of why I'm smelling that. Like I'm smelling it. Okay, so it's very odd. All right, but I'm literally smelling, it's fucking craziest thing. I'm smelling sperm, okay? It symbolizes security of his wealth. It's like his wealth is Zakra. It means your desires are going to come true. Oh my God, according to Nostradamus, see, this is not a coincidence. if you saw or you smell it, whether it's a dream or not, it means your desires are going to come true. And especially even if previously it seems to be impossible. I'm smelling sperm. So weird. According to Notre Dame, I didn't even know Notre Dame wrote anything about this. But if you see in a dream or you're smelling sperm in general about sperm, this means your desires will come true. This is weird. I don't even get it. But that's all I smell right now. And I didn't even want to mention it because I'm like, it sounds gross. So fucking weird. Sperm is sacred. Monty Python's the meaning of every sperm is sacred. It's jing, it's sexual energy. It's either the essence or the spirit. I've never smelt sperm like that. I mean, I can see why spiritually, like every sperm would be sacred, right? Because it's life. But it talks about if you're smelling it, it's glory, it's riches, it's fame, it's greatness. I'm sorry if that grossed anybody out, but it fucking just threw me off. It threw me off, like, to the point where I was, like, didn't even want to, like, mention it. Very odd. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it sounds like gross, but it's not gross. It's almost like it's a smell I haven't, and it's not coming from me. If you're wondering, like if that's because I know we've had that conversation. Like certain men think like it doesn't stay in you. That shit lives in you for 5 days before a majority of it even finds its way out. Okay, but it smells like I want to say like fresh sperm, and I don't even know what fresh sperm smells like. I don't know if it's representing sexual energy. I think your message here is everything I just said is wealth. Even if you think you can't conquer it, you're going to. Is that what it was? Fucking makes no sense. It was such a strong smell, and it sounds gross, but it wasn't what it wasn't. And again, I keep relating to Notre Dame. It's the craziest thing. It means your desires will come true. Could be a sign of, guys, that's just the craziest fucking thing. So, I don't know. I've never smelt it like that. It was just so potent, and it's like the first thing that comes in my brain is like the freshness of it. So I don't know what that means. And I understand why it would be like a sacred thing because it's a human, right? Or creating its life. I'll put it that way. That was fucking weird. First time for everything, right? I totally did not expect that. That was crazy. Apparently, hold on. I think this sperm smell has something to do with what I'm about to read. I questioned it, so I just asked. So to me, if this is what your subconscious, okay, then someone has a fear of intimacy. So, or insecurities or self-conscious. So this message has to do with, it's like a sexual, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't, I mean, everything we just talked about, and according to this deck, right? I wouldn't have picked up on a sexual vibe like that. And I'm not picking up on a sexual vibe. It's more, it lies sacred. It lies not sacred. It lies dormant in somebody, apparently. The fear of intimacy, or it's the insecurity surrounding the intimacy. I don't know how to explain it, because I mean, technically I can always explain sexual things, but coming from this deck is, I don't know, it just says, you know, the Notre Dame says it's which still blows my mind. I don't know enough about Notre Dame, so it's just more of like a prophet predicting. So he obviously did a lot more than I'm aware of. Apparently interpreted dreams and certain things too. So again, weird. Like I said, oh, it's beautiful. That's like, open the door, right? Open the fucking door. And then you got the Lovers. So this is sexual, guys. Because that was me for 5 minutes. For those who didn't watch the beginning of this video, that was me for 5 minutes. And then finally, all of a sudden, you know, it's like in my brain, like, open the fucking door. I was pissed. Like, open the fucking door. Like open the fucking book, right? And then the Lovers. Another reason why I bought this card, you got a Lover here. I don't know if these two are meant to be, or if these two are saying goodbye, because there's one right here. So this is why I cut the deck. That's the Ace of Cups, guys, and that's the Lovers. There's some type of partnership here, or something that's coming in. But there's also telling me there's an insecurity. Behind the Ace of Pence and the King of Swords. So the Lovers, the call of the creatures of the moons pierces the fog and shows the path that leads to certain dimensions and beyond. The two lovers grasp each other in the hands. It's time to come to decide and say goodbye to the old and head out to the new and explore the unknown world between the rocks. And the Arcadic will remain entitled until fading of time to the mountains of madness. So this is two people saying goodbye because there's somebody else here, is what I'm getting, right? The call of the creatures of the moons pierces the fog and shows the path that leads to subtle dimensions and beyond. The two lovers grasp each other's hands. The time has come to decide. Say goodbye and head out and explore the unknown. So this is a past lover you're saying goodbye to. You're about to open the door. You're about to open the book. You haven't opened it yet, but it needs to be open. There's another lover here. So you guys are about to meet somebody brand new, past life soulmate or something. Because the Lovers. It's usually a divine connection too. It's like, in my brain, it's like an arranged marriage from spirit. It doesn't necessarily mean it's in your Akashic records, because something here I feel like was arranged. Like meant to happen, but like arranged. I'm extremely crampy right now. I know when an egg is fertilized, some of you might get pregnant. I know when an egg is fertilized, you get cramps for a couple days. So you might have children with this person, or they're thinking about children with you, or the new person. And if you're older like my age, it wouldn't be that. It would be something else. But can't believe I just smelt sperm and it pulled me to Notre Dame. That's mind blowing to me that I get messages that way, guys. Like I said, it's like it's the fear of being judged with me with this prediction shit. But yeah, they keep pulling me to Notre Dame. And I used to laugh at you all the time where they want me to be the next Notre Dame. And it's so overwhelming. But I am so crampy right now. Like someone's like fertile or something. There's something going on with the feminine. I just want to like rub my belly like there's a baby. I don't even know how to explain it. Actually, I'm gripping my entire uterus right now, and it's comforting. For those who have been pregnant, when you know what I'm talking about, like when you would rub the belly. So this has to do with a man and insecurities, obviously, because this is your subconscious. This is your fears getting the best of you, right? So if this is a new person coming into your life, they're leaving the past behind, whether they know you now or not. Somebody new is coming in, so you've manifested something. So again, if you're meeting somebody brand new, they're getting out of something in search for something more, whether they already know, whether you know who this person is or not. And this is something that was arranged. It's like meant to be, whether you feel like it's meant to be or not. It's so weird. It's like I feel better keeping my hands here. That's very weird. So I don't know if it's like you're fertile. I don't know what that message is. So I only wanted to throw a couple cards. So I'm going to clarify this and this because this is clearly a message. It's a given that these two are your message. I just smelled sperm, guys. Okay. So new love, old love, however this is for you. But it's like I said, who those not watch the beginning of this video, when I go through each card with a new deck, okay, I'll stare at the card and like, what will I interpret it, and it took me a good 5 minutes. I was getting frustrated, like literally frustrated, and then I was like, open the fucking book, and then sure as shit, it's actually the meaning. It's just untapped. You haven't opened it yet. The love is there. It's time to go. So currently you're saying goodbye to somebody, or you're about to say goodbye to somebody. You might start a family with this energy. Somebody wants to start a family with you. It's not a coincidence that I smelt sperm. And this is very desirable. The lovers is a very tempting, desirable energy. And Notre Dame is stated, smelling sperm or dreaming of it in your dream, your desires will be reached. Not a coincidence I cut the deck at the Ace of Cups and the Lovers. Okay? I don't know if you're trying to get pregnant. I've done some research. I know when you ovulate, you have like that 4 or 5 day grace period. But sperm can also live in you for 5 days. So you can still get pregnant 5 days after ovulation. Trust me, guys, I thought I was pregnant. I did a shit ton of fucking research. So someone is fearing intimacy again with somebody, or opening your heart chakra. This is all about opening your heart chakra. It would also be your sacral chakra, your sexual chakra, and I might be wrong there. Is it your sacral chakra? Yeah, all right. It's your sacral chakra. So the feminine sacral chakra could be opening, and the masculine's heart chakra could be opening. So apparently right now we're working with chakras too. I typically don't work with chakras. But the woman's sacral chakra is opening, which is pulling me to like cramping or ovulation, or if you're getting cramps down there, you might think it's as simple as period. Fuck, that's the weirdest thing. I wonder what your sacral chakra feels like when it opens. What are some symptoms of your sacral chakra opening? I wonder if it feels like which chakra is associated with your period? Sacral, second. Okay, so I was right with the sacral. How does it feel when you open? It's not telling me what it feels like when it opens. According sacral chakra. Counting down the first signs of a blocked sacral chakra emotion, because your emotions, right? You feel unbalanced, off kilter. I'm looking to see if it's like attached to, sacral chakra. When it opens, it's lower back pain, joint problems. So this is what's happening right now. A feminine sacral chakra is opening, and a masculine's heart chakra is opening. So we're working with chakras all of a sudden. I don't know enough about chakras, just the basic. So I'm even being pulled. You could be experiencing jealousy, codependent energy, struggle, sacrifice, being unsatisfied, feel creative sensually. Areas allow yourself to experience pleasure. I do know it has to be open to have like a kundalini, but we're not even close to kundalini here. So masculine and feminine have a blockage. But I almost feel with the feminine, it's happening no matter what. I feel like with the masculine, it's probably happening too. And it's orange. I said that. What was it? Orange was the color. I don't fucking know. Yeah, lower back pain. Anemia, lower back pain, joint problems, low energy, spleen, kidney. So with the women, the sacral chakra, and men too, right? But like it has to do with, it's the confidence. Your chakra's out of balance. And when that happens, you're experiencing emotional instability, anxiety, depression, and lack of joy. So we have the heart chakra, which is the Ace of Cups. And it's not ironic that these messages came in. I cannot believe this message is coming out in this deck, which is pretty amazing. Blown away that I had to smell sperm like that. And it wasn't a gross smell. I don't know how to explain it. And again, Nostradamus, your desires will come true. This is desire all day. It'd be more the Ace of Wands with desire, but lovers is desire. So now it's working on the fear. So we do have a heart chakra. I don't know if it's being activated or it needs to be worked on. And then the sacral chakra. That's either being activated or needs to be worked on. And it's not ironic that I just felt like the cramping and holding. And if you've been pregnant before, you know exactly what I was experimenting. I mean, not experimenting, experiencing. Wow, that's beautiful. I really am blown away. The messages that come out like that. So there's obviously fear of intimacy, lack of confidence. Someone is saying goodbye as we speak, going in a new direction, wanting more. You either know this energy or it's someone coming towards you that you do not know, probably past life. So it's going to be a kick-ass fucking connection. It could be a very complicated connection because right now the heart chakra and the sacral chakra are disconnected. This is, if you know this energy, you guys are clearly not on the same page. It doesn't mean it's a bad thing. But somebody just wants more out of life, adventure. I do feel like somebody already has somebody in mind, but not for everybody. It's just wanting more and then meeting somebody. But I will tell you, if you meet somebody, they currently had a breakup or they currently had a separation. And if it's not that, it's you guys have been separated and you're coming together. So I was, like I said, I was unsure of that, but this is saying goodbye to somebody currently because you know you want more, or it's somebody you already know. I feel like that's like too fuzzy. It's like I want you guys to see them like that too, but at the same time, I have to look at them too, guys. So let me turn you this way. Because I need to look at them too. Wow, what a beautiful message. There's something very profound here. I'm still kind of shocked in disbelief that out of everything we just talked about in the meaning of this deck, that this is coming out like this. It's absolutely beautiful. And someone's sacral chakra is opening, or it's about to, or it wants to. And someone's heart chakra needs to. And I don't know if you're frustrated and you know this energy, or it's just this energy frustrated, because I know it sounds like I'm repeating myself, but when I looked at these cards, and I've only looked at them once, and it hypnotized me, this one, because it was the first time I had saw an ace, and all the aces are the same message, and they're all books, okay? But the initial message I got was, open the fucking book, just like that. Open the fucking book. Like I was looking and I'm like, what does this mean? Because I didn't look in the meaning. I didn't look in the book. And I'm so glad my intuition was the whole untapped. The ace is the book, individual potential, but it's still closed. But it is a new beginning. It's concentration of forces. So the book of an individual's potential, but it is still closed. And I think that's where I felt that frustration, because it was like, open the fucking book. So you're either frustrated with somebody, you're frustrated with yourself, or I'm tapping into the other person's energy or sheer energy, but it's like, open the fucking book. So I don't know if you're telling yourself to open yourself to love, because this energy here already knows somebody or just wants more. And that's part of his strap, but I keep looking. Oh, it's his tie in the wind. So somebody you have a close connection to, an old, sexual partner, but there's nothing alive here. See the color? It's like there's nothing here that's alive anymore. The brightness, the flame is out yonder. Out. What up, Buttercup?
Just close.
Okay.
It's clean.
Mm-hmm.
Because I wanted it after my shower.
All right.
Can I take it?
Sure.
I'm just gonna leave it out.
Are you going to shower now?
No, I just wanted for after my shower. So.
Okay.
Because I saw it. Like.
Okay, that's fine. I'll be done this soon. I love you.
Okay.
Love you more. I can't believe I've been on for almost 3 hours. I can't believe we got lost in the energy like that. Well, I'm not surprised. But this is going to be a quick read because I'm just clarifying each one. So this is someone's fears, subconscious. It's insecurities that's holding somebody back. Even though they're letting go, the reason why somebody is not moving forward is still their subconscious, their psyche is holding them back. Their ego is holding them back. Their fear, which is fear, guys. Ego is fear. It's like me starting a channel. It's fear of judgment. So I feel like someone's throat chakra is about to open too. I have a burning in my throat. So to me, somebody wants to say something, but hasn't yet said something. Again, I'm baffled. This energy came out. I'm baffled. I smelt sperm. I'm baffled. I had to have that feeling of my sacral chakra so you guys knew what was happening. Again, unfortunately, it's not something I can stop. It's one thing I would like to stop, but it's not. Oh my God, the smell of sperm is so fucking potent right now. Well, apparently Notre Dame states that your desires will come true. But you have to open the fucking book. You have to say goodbye. So I don't know if I want to look at this as, so to me, we already know what's kind of holding somebody back. So let me find out how they want me to present this because I want to be real careful with this deck. What a beautiful first time message. I knew these decks were going to be pretty special. See, this isn't creepy at all. I was like, oh man. Well, it's kind of creepy, but not creepy. This is creepy to somebody, so there must be something taboo here. But I don't want to get into that. Let me figure out how they want me to address this. Hold on. See, my first instinct says, when I want to clarify, my first instinct is like, what's holding someone back? And they're like, no. So just give me a second because I don't know how to work with this deck yet. And I know I'm not supposed to do what I normally do. Ooh, something just told me to look inside the book. Okay, I don't know how I'm going to interpret that, but we're looking inside the book. So I don't know if it's someone's fear. This is your subconscious, guys, your psyche. So let's look inside the book. Ten of Swords and the Six of Pence. And the Seven of Wands at the bottom of the deck. So that makes sense with, blockages. I don't want to read the bottom of the book yet, the bottom of the deck, because I don't know this deck like this yet. But look at the fear. See such color? such color in these two. And then we go straight into the psyche. So the 6 is you're analyzing the situation and you're reflecting on what's necessary before deciding. So you're deciding, trying to figure out the steps. The 10 is the end of the chapter of the grimoire, and it represents fulfillment, consolidation, and a new beginning. Both of these are a new beginning. So you're deciding to say goodbye. You're deciding to open the door, the book, I should say. You're choosing free will to end a chapter and to start a chapter here. So you're analyzing the situation. I feel like there's been plenty of analyzation because it's time to tap into your potential, right? So it's like the message I got for you is stop analyzing, because I feel like you're over analyzing, because right now you're at the 10 of Swords. It's the fear, right? So you have to stop over analyzing. You have to look at the beauty. You have to open the book. You already know you want more. You already know you want someone else, or you want more. Yes, you had an intimate connection with somebody, but it's over. It's dark. It's over. It's not going to grow anymore. It's over, and you know it. So to me, a decision is definitely being made in the month of December. And it could be something significant with a decision was made on the 16th or the 26th of December, because all my reads now until January are based on December. Okay, so this is the desire, strong desire to be with somebody else, but you absolutely have to take the steps to get to the light. And right now you're still in the dark. It's scary. So there's clearly insecurities here. And again, it's the 6 of Pentacles. It's like, who do I give to? What do I give to? How much do I give? But to me, it's like too many of this, that, you know what I'm saying? Because it's causing you to be at the 10. It's like the end of a chapter of the Gilmore. It's the end of one story. It's time to write another one, because the 10 also represents fulfillment. It definitely is time to consolidate, because your new beginning is here. So if I can give you any advice, you got to let this fear go. It's going to be so much better. It's like a loss and a gain, profit and loss. And it's a tough goodbye, but it's wanting more with your life. It's wanting more love. It's feeling desire again. It's you also need to be capable to feel this desire. It's like I don't know how. It's like what I'm picking up on. It's like you have to be willing. You have to let your guard down, because you have the 7 of Wands at the bottom of the deck, right? That's the own boundaries. It's your mental and physical actions that are developing, and it's going to end up being a very dramatic situation if you don't get a grip on it. It's holding on. You need to say goodbye to something that no longer has any growth. I don't know if you're teasing the new energy or the old energy, but not in a good way. The vibe I'm picking up on it is like taking advantage of a situation. It's like you taking advantage of something for like way too long is the vibe I'm picking up, because everyone's like, gimme. I don't know if you're just like overextending, but with the 10 of Swords, it's whatever you're doing is mentally unhealthy. You want stability back in your life? Open the fucking book. You want that stability, you want that love, you want the desire, open the fucking book. I feel like this energy is extremely frustrated with themselves, but the only way out of that frustration is to open the fucking book. you're still holding on to something that should have already been completed. So what did I say? Let's look in the book. So I don't know. Apparently when I use this deck, we're not going to look in the book. With the Lovers and other major arcana, I'm not really sure how to do that yet. Hold on. Nope. I was just going to say, do I clarify? Nope. Sorry, that was my mom. I have to go to the bathroom. I got to figure out how it wants me to address major arcana. Hold on. You in the bathroom, buddy? Yeah. I'm still on YouTube. I don't know. Why don't you shower and we'll figure that out? I'm still on YouTube, but we'll figure it out. Why don't you shower? All right, give me a minute. Minutes. I don't. Okay. Sorry, guys. All right. So. Okay. Let me tap back into this. My back hurts. It's the weirdest fucking thing. It just means your chakras are opening, so I wouldn't like stress over it. But I feel like someone's dilating. So to me, you're about to give birth to a new project, energy, life. Be giving birth, it's life, right? You're about to step into a brand new life. That's way more, I almost said productive, but way more exciting, and fucking productive is the word they're giving me. All right, let me get back to how they want me to clarify this. Fuck if I know. I'm just going to throw a card and see if I figure it out that way. for the Lovers, because I don't quite know how to explain that yet. There's pressure. I have pressure on my cervix, pressure on like when you're about to push. I don't know what part of pressure that is. I don't know what type of pressure this is. Pressure to make the decision. You're putting too much pressure. No, that's not it. It's pressure. Society pressure. Like you're worried about what society is going to think. You hid behind the thoughts, the fantasy of what you could have had, family life, especially if you had children or this is a marriage, you're saying goodbye. Pressure of society, pressure of being judged, pressure of what other people in the family are going to think. There could be religion here. It's pressure of society, pressure of society. And family. I see a house, family. So I feel like you haven't opened the book yet because you're fearing what your family is going to think or what society is going to think about your next move, which sucks. Oh my God, that's so. I wonder if that has anything to link to the other channel I want to do. I just explain the same shit to you. So somebody's experiencing the same thing when it comes to letting go of a family member or just opening a new chapter. It's the same type of fear, but with a different part of life. Maybe that's why it was meant for me to talk about. The best advice I can give you just do it. You just open the fucking book. I just actually opened the book by talking about it. So that was important that all that had to come in apparently, because I was shocked that it even came out of my mouth. So it's a different type of pressure. It's, I'm used to that pressure. I did that before I started this channel. This is not somebody who's used to this. This is newness for them. So I don't know if you're stepping into a spiritual path, if you're dealing with somebody that's taboo, who you're going towards. Got 5 of Wands at the bottom of the deck. So this is the 9 of Wands, which is the page. It presents the onset of the transformation and the secret learning of the hidden knowledge of the pyramids. So someone might be pulled to the pyramids for some reason, or Egyptian. I almost said artwork, which came out of nowhere. Egyptian gods, the Roman gods. But it's a passage. Like you got a clear passage to go after your desires, right? Because I got thrown to the sperm again, the Notre Dame. Like you have the passage. So open the fucking book. So this energy is frustrated with themselves. But the only way out of that is to do it. And knives, it's like a page, right? It's new. You have the passage of the onset of the transformation, the secret learning of the hidden knowledge of the pyramids. Because you got the 5 of Wands at the bottom of the deck, right? Therefore, there's an opportunity to move to a higher higher level of consciousness. But there will also be uncertainty and difficulty in abandoning your personal convictions. So you have to push through this yourself, your own ghost, your battles, your demons, the competition. You got justice underneath that. So it's like choosing to do the right thing, choosing to do what's best for you. There's clearly desire to go elsewhere. This is masculine energy taking on a transformational energy, going after what you want. You have a clear passage. So take advantage of that clear passage. You're clearly only holding yourself back for something that's pure and true. It's your own passions, it's your own desires. You're letting society and family and what other people are going to think and how you're going to be judged. It's sad. And again, it pulls me back to like my dilemmas and certain stuff, but mine is like a career or personal life. Again, I'm not trying to judge, but your personal life, it matters. Your happiness matters. You holding yourself back from your own desires matters. And it sucks because you're doing it, or you were, because you're about to step out of it. Society, what your family thinks. And that sucks because at the end of the day, they're not paying your bills. They're not making love to you. They're not supporting you. This type of energy is not supportive. So I really hope that you transform. Your energy transforms. Look at the beauty in the Lovers. Oh, the fear is just opening the book. I'm telling you, open the book. Open the fucking book. You're frustrated with yourself right now for not opening the book. Open the fucking book. Say goodbye and open the fucking book. Your happiness lies. It's right there. It's like going under a transformation. This is the positive. Like whatever this lover is, whoever that, like it is positive. You're coming in as wands. It's that. Actually, it's swords. So it's still mental. Well, that's too bad. I thought it was wands. Somebody else clearly doesn't like somebody else because the Five of Wands is right here. It's part of your battle. But at the end of the day, you got to do what's best for you. So if this is somebody brand new coming into your life, you mark my words, your family or their family is not going to be happy with the decision that is made. But this is energy of beauty and passion and desire and oneness, and it's raw. It's a passage. It was given. So you'd be a fool not to take it. I feel like it was already a missed opportunity for some of you. And this is Spirit saying you have the passage as if you can have it again. But you probably fear that you can't. It's like writing your wrongs right, and then you can have it. So you have to say goodbye. You have to stop worrying about what other people think, society, your family, your elders. You were already stirred in the wrong direction. You were already given bad advice. People have already given you their opinion. It's already held you back far enough. Someone might think there's some voodoo shit going on with the Five of Swords at the bottom of justice, which is crazy. Competition, manipulation. You were manipulated to stay in a situation way past the expiration date. You've been sipping on curdled milk for an extremely long time. I'm surprised your health isn't a massive issue right now. I think religion or something taboo is also holding you back. I don't think it's holding you back. I think the thoughts of what other people think is what's holding you back, which is extremely unfortunate. So, not only is there insecurity here, there's weakness. So, you have to overcome weakness and insecurity. But the only way you do that is you find your strength and you go after what you want, and those energies will subside a lot quicker than you fucking think. You deal with the mess you made, you confront it, you become honest, and you'll be surprised how quickly your life will transform. And that is the truth. So the fact that I'm smelling sperm, it's pretty serious. You definitely want more. This is what you want, and your psyche is holding you back. But I'm telling you right now, family and society is holding you back, unfortunately. So if if there's fear and all this here and ego, you're probably like, oh, my own mental, this is holding me back in your own head. No, this is what's holding you back. If this is your story and you are unaware of it, whether you want to believe it or not, your own family and society is holding you back. So now that you have something to go off of, turn that weakness into strength and put people where they belong, whether it's behind closed doors or behind the line in the sand. Only you can create the boundaries. Okay, so what's holding you back is society and family and possibly money, but I don't see a big money issue here. But you have the rite of passage here. You have justice in your corner. So if you choose not to go about this and you let your family and society hold you back, then you don't get to ever open that book. And that makes me sad, but that's the truth. So if this is your story, you have to place those people behind the line. It takes strength. Would you rather be looked at as a weak individual or a strong individual? It's your psyche. You get to make those decisions, not anybody else. You're allowing other people to make these decisions for you, whether you think so or not. And if you don't think so, it's because your ego's in the way. You're allowing this. You're allowing this mental anguish. And at the end of the day, they're not the ones tucking you in or making love to you, or they're not the ones that, only you can go after your dreams and your desires. So for those who are struggling to find their passion again or struggling to go after their passion, this is why. It's the mental anguish from conditioning in society and what family thinks of the direction you're going in. And right now nobody is supporting you. Is staying in a situation that's feeding your ego, apparently, because you don't want to face your ego. You don't want to face reality, unfortunately. To me, though, somebody is clearly battling this because they want it. So they're pushing through. They're at the end of weakness or strength. But this is some heavy energy of somebody still being stuck and not moving forward, which is extremely unsettling to me as a reader, because You're only holding yourself back because of society and what your family's going to think. And trust me, I've pushed through all that. And at the end of the day, they still love me and accept me. This is your personal happiness that you are sacrificing. Sad. When you have such passion and desire to go elsewhere or for someone else, and all you got to do is open the book and say goodbye. And I know easier said than done, but it is. This is it's your psyche, is the weakness that's overpowering your strength, because your strength right now wants to overpower your weakness, but you're still allowing the weakness to overpower your strength. And the only way to step out of that is to open the fucking book. Stop trying to find a different way to go about this. That is your answer right there. That is your fucking answer. You open the fucking book. You just do it. You go for it. Or you're going to continuously allow this energy to get the best of you. You want that energy? That beauty? Or do you want that energy? Because that's someone's scenario. Your way out is to open the book and watch how all that other energy dissipates and disappears. Yeah, you're definitely going to have to handle some lashback from whomever, but they're not creating your fucking happiness. At the end of the day, whether your parents get mad or whatever the scenario will be, at the end of the day, no matter who you are, you always want your children, okay? Because there's conditioning here, clearly, because we're talking about parents, okay? At the end of the day, you still want your children to be happy. So someone is letting their mother or father interfere with, or a mother or a father, a wife or a husband. You're letting family interfere. You're letting the shadows overtake the beauty, the desire, you're allowing the shadows to take away your fantasy. So if you want my opinion, and Spirit's opinion that's clearly on the board, the only way out of this is to open the fucking book. Say goodbye and open the book. Because you've been in this for way too long. And there's something with the 26th. So again, it's up to you. You want the beauty? You want that beauty? All I smell is sperm. I'm telling you, this is Spirit telling you that you have the open passage. You have the go-ahead. You're going to have that desire, that wish, whatever it is. You want that wealth. You want that stability. You want that love. You have to open the fucking book. Or you're going to let your own weakness stop you. Don't blame it on other people. This is your own weakness. You're allowing other people to make you feel weak, to put you in a position of weakness. Emotional manipulation. You don't want to do that. You already have energy here, clear as day, that has already held you back and is giving you bad advice because of religion or something taboo. You've already had people here that have manipulated you in staying in this situation. And I feel a shit ton of frustration. So to me, you are extremely frustrated with yourself right now. But I'm giving you the answer. Spirit's giving you the answer. Just open the fucking book. It is that easy. If you can't open the book, you're allowing society and family and your own weakness to overpower your strength. And that's the reality of your situation. You control your subconscious. Stop allowing other people to control your subconscious. Other people, family members in society, are controlling your subconscious, whether you like it or not. And your ego is probably telling you right now, no way, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's a fucking given. Your ego is telling you that. You're wrong, blah, 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 blah. No, the spirit and the cards don't fucking lie. Other people's opinion about religion or what's right and what's wrong, you have been manipulated by other people, which therefore, fucks with your psyche. Because for some reason, you looked up to this energy, or it's your thoughts and desires, what you thought something could be, but you've been holding on to something clearly that has been extremely unhealthy. You've allowed other people to paint a picture of something that was dark, that was never going to grow. You've allowed other people to give you their opinion on religion or something taboo. You've allowed other people to manipulate these situations. You've allowed competition to get in the way. You've allowed your ego to get in the way. You've allowed society to get in the way. You've been allowing other energy that's around you with the Three of Pentacles that you thought for some reason was the right thing to stop you from creating your own happiness. That's what's happening right now. You've allowed other people to tell you what's best for you in your life. And a lot of you that are watching this, I know, I can feel it. You're going to strongly disagree. But this is Spirit's message. I'm telling you, your way out to happiness, your way to desire, your way to what you want is to open the fucking door. Because that's what's stopping you. Is how do I do this? To the point that you're like dead inside. You've stopped desire. You're dead inside. Don't you want that back? You're dead inside because of other people's opinions. Or your own society's, your own belief, or other people's belief, or a belief that you were born into. This pulls me to like believing you're a black sheep. You're not a fucking black sheep. Black sheeps have strength. They don't care what other people think. They go through, the doors that they need to open. You haven't opened any fucking doors. Stop calling yourself the fucking black sheep of the family, because you're fucking not. You're allowing your family to hold you back. You may think you're the black sheep, but you are not. You are far from the fucking black sheep right now. And I don't know why Spirit just called it out like that. So you obviously have an ancestor or somebody who's extremely frustrated with you right now, because your ego is getting in the way. Family's opinions are getting in the way. At the end of the day, you got to do what's best for you. Your own happiness, your own heart, your own desires, your own passions, your own fucking, you have a clear go ahead right now. You have a love that was aligned from somebody from above. You want your answer? Stop overanalyzing this situation and open the fucking door. That is your answer. You've been overanalyzing this to where you're fucking dead inside. You're dead. You want to know why your brain's fucking with you? Because you're allowing other people to hold you back. You're not holding yourself back. Well, you're holding yourself back, but it's because you're allowing other energies, their opinions and their thoughts of the direction you're about to go in. You're about to go in a spiritual direction, or you're about to be with somebody who's spiritual. It's the Lovers. It's the Ace of Hearts. It's a destined match. It's an arranged marriage. It's something. You're allowing, and here's the thing too. Instead of just flowing and letting things happen naturally, you're already thinking about marriage in the future. You're way ahead of yourself. You're allowing your own fear It's like step by step. It's like you're at step 1 and your thoughts are at step 10. That's a problem because you're not letting anything occur naturally. You're trying to control how something goes, and your own fears. You're already fearing like marriage and what, you know, if there's children, meshing families, you're already allowing, like, does that make sense? What you're supposed to be doing is enjoying the love, enjoying what was given to you, enjoying how you feel when you're around certain energy, feeling the passion again, the drive, the success you can have. You're ignoring that and you're going straight to the worst case scenario and how something's going to mesh or how other people are going to feel about a certain situation meshing, or if you're going to be accepted and there's judgment. And it's like, holy shit, you're allowing yourself to be weak when you can be a ginormous, gigantic fucking giant and stomp all this fucking energy. And in a couple months, you're going to be in a whole new world and everybody is still going to love you. Okay. So this is like frustrating because this other energy will subside in a couple months and you will be in a brand new life and the sun will be shining and you'll be planting new seeds and your businesses will take off and what it just is like mind blowing to me, the vibe I'm getting here, because you don't want to deal with the consequences of what other people are going to think for like a fucking month or two. And then you'll be in a whole new fucking world. And at that point, you're not going to give a shit. And then that's when people look at you as being someone who's strong and sees the strength that you went through. How about you be a role model for other fucking people? Because right now, there's no role model here. Right now, there's just weakness because of what other people will think, unfortunately. And I'm out of water. That I keep trying to sip. See what I'm saying? It's like you're fighting your own battle. It's I can feel your frustration. And I'm telling you, your way out is to just open the door. Just start doing what you want again. Don't worry about what other people think. Just do what it is you want to do. You were given the passage, you were given the go ahead. I hope that's a big enough message for you to stop making the moves that need to be made. Because you were given the go ahead. You were given the go ahead to fix a situation or to go after what you want with ease, even though it won't feel like ease. Because you're not used to, everybody in your family or whatever this is already battling you. See the problem? It's holding you back. Your own family is holding you back. They can't look at you as somebody powerful or goes after their own desires or someone who's strong if you can't even push through what they think of you. Think about that for 1 second. The family or whatever this is already thinks poorly of you and they don't even support you, and you're still staying in this situation. That's the part that's like disturbing to me, is what I'm seeing. And I'm in someone's psyche. This is your own frustration. You want the answer. Say goodbye and open the fucking book. And just let things flow. Stop worrying about meshing a family or starting a YouTube channel or creating a new business. You can't even fucking do any of that until you let this go. So you're already seeing the future with somebody else, but yet you're not letting it happen because you're putting up roadblocks when you should be just enjoying your fucking life. You're killing yourself fucking slowly when you can just be enjoying somebody who actually enjoys your fucking company. It's so sad. that you would allow this energy to overtake the power and beauty of a connection of strength and longevity, and it's just mind-blowing to me when you can be in the arms of somebody who supports you and has your back and loves you. What are you waiting for? For more energy to stop you? You're already dealing with these consequences of no support. I'm j- so why not go after what you want? Deal with the chaos and the whatever it is for a month or two, and then this will be gone. Get what I'm saying? You'll be able to have that strength to address things in a different way and make positive change. It's going to be temporary, but right now you're allowing this energy to mentally kill you. Your health cannot be good right now. It can't be. Not with this energy. I feel like I'm going to puke. This is sad. It's like you already buried your happiness with worst case scenarios. And you've allowed other energies to stop your own happiness. You've allowed other energies bad energies to feed you. You've allowed judgment to feed you. You're not doing the right thing for you or anybody else. This is all energy of energy that does not support you. So why are you submitting to energy that is unsupportive? Ask yourself that. You're submitting yourself. You're sacrificing your own happiness because of other people's opinion or judgment. Again, it pulls me to the black sheep. Like, how dare you think you're a black sheep? You probably have the qualities of being a black sheep. You've allowed energies to emotionally manipulate you, and other people have fed your ego along the way to keep this alive, but it's already dead. You've allowed religion to get in the way. Why? Why can't you be with somebody that's different than you? Why do you got to be with somebody that you want to be with somebody who, just because it looks good to society, it looks good to your family? Why? You got one fucking life, guys. You got one chance in each life to make something of it. And you're allowing this external energy to make your damn decisions. So you're a fucking puppet, is what you are. The fact that you have the go ahead and you can have this, but you're allowing this to stop you is it's dreadful. It's heartbreaking. It is like living in a nightmare. But you know what? You can open the book to have different types of dreams. You're allowing the nightmare. You're living the nightmare because you won't open the book. I can't stress enough. You want your answer, you open the book. That's your fucking answer. You just do it. Stop trying to analyze it. You've already stopped it and tried to control it. You already stopped something that was pure and true and real by holding on to something that's dead. You had this opportunity already. This is not the first time it's been given. You've had this opportunity to open your heart, to live your life with purity and rawness. And instead of letting things flow, you skip to worst case scenario. You obviously see yourself with somebody else or long term, because I get marriage. So it's like you're slowing down a process. You can't slow down nature. You see this, but you're living this. And other people are allowing, and well, you're allowing other people to play a big role in what's best for you at the end of the fucking day. You were given the passage and the go-ahead to fix something or to rekindle or to start a new, either way, you're starting a brand new life. You were given the go-ahead. You were given the passage. That's your answer. You open the book that you're deadly afraid of opening. Open the book so you can start living your life with love and desire and excitement and adventure. It's what you want. It's what you crave. It's like a wish. This is a wish. But you're too busy about what the family and society is going to think over your own fucking happiness. You've already allowed them to stop this. That's your answer. You open the book. But you've been trying to get your answer in different ways, and it's not working. So that is your answer. And if you can't do that, then, this is where you're going to be. This is the life you're going to live if you can't open the book. This is the life you're going to live if you don't open the book. You will be stuck in this grimoire of horror, all because you're afraid of what other people are going to think. That's what it boils down to. This will be your life. The shadows will get the best of you. This mental anguish, this competition, the ego, the manipulation, the unfairness. There's zero support here. You will never shine. You might be really good at other things, but your love life, your love, guys, love and money, most powerful things. You will never have the love that you want and crave if you don't open the book. That is your answer. You open the fucking book. We are here to create our own lives. You are allowing other energies to hold you back. Doesn't that sound silly? Think about that. If this is a whole new story, just think about it this way. You're allowing other energies in your own psyche to hold you back. And in your psyche, it comes from other people's opinions and bullshit and drama and religion. Really? You're that religious? You go to fucking church? You go to church? You fucking go to church? I want to fucking punch someone in the face right now. You go to fucking church? Do you pray? You're allowing religion or culture or something to get in the way of your own happiness because of a different culture or a different thought. I want to be with somebody who can accept what I do, my spirituality. You could be a freaking Muslim for all I care, but don't take away my own happiness and my own belief. At the end of the day, you have your religion and I have mine. Religion at the end of the day has nothing to do with fucking love. You're surrounded by people who don't even give a shit right now about your own happiness. They're holding you back from your own happiness. You have the go-ahead. The people that are feeding you are dark. They're not supporting you. If they were true and pure, they'd be telling you to fucking go after your happiness. Yes, go. Open the book. That's how I know there's massive conditioning here. So stop telling yourself you're the fucking black sheep, because you're not. Why? Because you were successful with one thing in your life? You think you've mastered something? You haven't even mastered that success. Love is not good right now. Money is not good right now. Household shit's not good right now. Nothing's good right now. Nothing. There's arguments, there's manipulation, there's ego. Who's right? Who's wrong? It's just you have to take all that energy away. You have to. At the end of the day, this is what you want. So why are you allowing this energy that's around you to stop what you want? People are partaking in this psyche. Because if other energy wasn't around and you were solo, you would go after that. It's other people's opinions is stopping you from living out your desires and your dreams and your satisfaction and the intimacy that you want to share with somebody else. How about you X them all out and you get vulnerable and you talk to that one person? It reminds me of like that ride or die. You have a ride or die, but you're treating someone like a side chick. Or, your ride or die is out there. Stop treating people like side chicks, or however the message goes for you. Clearly, you have to say goodbye to somebody. You're probably telling somebody else, it's not about them. It's not about anybody else. No, the fuck it's not. That's your ego. It is about what everybody else wants and fucking thinks. Why the fuck that for somebody who has so much power and control in certain stuff and you think you have that, then go after what the fuck you want. But yet you're not, because you're allowing this energy to control. Me starting another channel won't make or break my happiness. But you not going after this will make or break how you live the rest of your life. And you're extremely frustrated with yourself. But it's because you're allowing other energies, the wrong energy, to feed you. You like the competition. You like that other people are jealous. You like that other people. You see what I'm saying? You're feeding off demonic energy. Demonic energy will not bring you towards the light. This is light. This is love. This is raw. This is pureness. This is dead people, ancestors wanting the best for you. But this is your life. This is your life right now. Even though you want this. This isn't enough, right? This is enough, but right now in your brain it's not enough. Why? Because of other people's opinions. Because this is what your soul wants right now, is to be loved, to feel loved, to not be judged. You want to know how you have that and you get that back? You put up the fucking boundaries that you refuse to put up. You can have 10 years to live. You could have 20. You could have 40. You will live the rest of your life like this if you don't choose your own happiness. Because this is the life you're living right now. You're running from people. You're letting conditioning break you down. You're worried that something's way too taboo. You could be worried that somebody has like the upper hand over you. Again, ego. Because at the end of the day, if I had somebody in my life that was powerful and an alchemist or a reader, I would be blessed. But again, that's me. Why? Because this rawness, this realness, nobody manipulates in that energy. This type of energy doesn't fucking manipulate. This energy loves and has your back till the day you fucking die. Worries about you, takes care of you, nurtures you, supports you, pushes you to do what's best. And the sad thing is, this is what you want. But this is your life right now. This is your life. This is your life. Because of what other people will think. Trust me. If you follow your own desires in your own heart, you can't go wrong. You create those boundaries, and in a couple months, these other energies or the people you thought were holding you back, they'll be proud of you. You have children, you'll be the right type of role model. Your father, your mother, they'll be proud of you. They'll end up coming to you and apologizing and saying, I'm sorry, I thought I knew what was best for you. I'm sorry. I'm proud of you. But you know what? They're not going to be proud of you until you step out of this. And that's the truth. They'll be proud of you when you open the fucking book to what it is you fucking want. That's when they'll be proud of you. For so pride is in the way. Ego. You're worried about if they're going to be proud of you or accept. I can't get into it again like that, because it's like you were given the passage. Ancestors from above have given you the go-ahead to live the life that you want to live, to travel, to explore. Maybe you're into Roman mythology or history or something with the pyramids, because that's all about the pyramids, right? But it's also, taboo. It's taboo, but you don't look at it as taboo. You look at it as history and intriguing. But do you think those pyramids think people built those? No. The unknown, the mysterious, the mystical built. The gods. Those are standing today of proof of mystical energy and just like I can't even get into it. Please do what's best for you. You want the answer? You open the door and you just do it. That's your answer. Stop trying to overanalyze things. Stop trying to find the answer. You've already controlled the situation. You've already lost the situation. You've already held on to something. Just stop. Just stop. Your answer is to open the door. And that is the truth. The only way to move forward is to open the door. And we've all learned that the hard way. You push through conditioning, you push through society, you push through what other people fucking think, and you just fucking do it. You're stopping your own happiness. You're sacrificing your own happiness for the darkness that was just on the board. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like this was a lot brighter. I don't know if the sun went down. I don't know. But it looks dark all of a sudden, and it's such a beauty. You're allowing all the other energy around you to not do what's best for you at the end of the day. What other people fucking think. It's sad. This is a hard job for me. Because love is it's beautiful. It's meant to be worshipped. That should be the number one religion. Love makes you succeed. It's extremely painful to look at this, and it's extremely painful for me to look at this, knowing that this is the energy you want to live. But the reality of the situation is you're living in the other energy. And it's to please other people. And that's the part that's extremely sad. You hold the key to your own happiness, guys. Stop allowing other energy to hold the key for you. All right, I gotta step out of this because I was just looking at this and getting depressed. Because not going after what it is you want. And all you gotta do is open the door. And I know I have people arguing. It's not that easy. No, it fucking is. It is. The energy you're living in is not easy. The energy you're living in is sad and depressive and overpowering, when you can just get back to a simple life and the roots that you desire and feel and it's just, you had the Lovers and the Ace of Cups, guys. It's very sad for me as a reader and other people to see that you have something so powerful given to you, and you're living in your own fear and your subconscious, and it's because of the people around you. The people around you are making you feel like it's not okay for you to deserve love and passion and desire and fucking happiness. It's disturbing that you're allowing these energies, that you're even interacting with these energies. There's so much dark energy around you, and it's holding you down. It's holding you back because you're not setting boundaries. You're not doing what's best for you at the end of the day. That's what it boils down to. All right, y'all. I love you. I can't believe I just went almost 4 hours on YouTube. Let's step out of that for a minute. Let's step out of that energy for a minute. Hey, welcome back. So, whew, the answer is to create your own happiness. You were given the passage, and if you know what this is regarding, it's like a yes answer. So what? Just gonna leave it there. I love you guys. I hope you have a kick-ass rest of your Sunday. Sheldon. I'm gonna hang out with Sheldon. I'm gonna do laundry. Answer messages. Well, 4 hours. From start to finish is quite some messages there. You know, I don't know if it's making amends. I don't know. I know it's gonna require work. Love requires work. You know, working on yourself, loving yourself requires work. If you don't know who this other energy is, it's other energy that's coming your way. It's worth working on. All you got to do is be true to yourself. Be honest with yourself. Allow the fears and all that stuff. allow that vulnerability. Vulnerability, it takes strength. But right now it's like allowing yourself to be a coward. That's dark energy. Having the strength to push through that and go after what you want is light, it's strength, it's love, it's I don't know if you're doubting somebody or you haven't experienced it, but you gotta let yourself in. You gotta open the book. It's what you want. It's a wish. It's what you ask for. It's what ancestors set up. So when it comes around, you gotta let those walls down. You gotta start to trust. Um, you're in a tough experience because you push away that type of love that you crave. Just want to step out of it. It's, you're stepping away from the love you're craving. It's hard for me as a reader, a person, a spiritual being, to comprehend that right now. You're pushing away what it is you want, but it's also bringing the demons out. It's also bringing this, and that. But if you're with somebody that's the right person, and it clearly shows that the next person or that it is the right person, I sure as hope you let your fucking walls down. Because spirit and ancestors, and they're allowing you to experience that because you deserve it. Not because you just want it, because you deserve it. There's a big difference there. And I smell sperm. It's the passage. Your desires are going to come true. That ride or die person is right there. It's like about to come right your way. It's right there. You can have it. That's a lot for me to absorb. It's not just your own fear. It's society and family that's instilling this fear and holding you back. That's the problem. And you're allowing energy that doesn't even support you to hold you back. It's sad. So I'm telling you right now that either you know who this energy is or somebody new coming into your life and they're going through this struggle. And apparently, if you love unconditionally, you will get that in return. But you mark my words, it's going to take some time. And a lot of the ones that have already had awakenings and certain stuff it's almost like you probably don't even want to put time and effort into that. But I guess you'll cross that bridge when you get there. Because you will get it in return. But it will take time. Loyalty and trust, so many things were probably already broken, whether it's you, the other person, if you guys know each other. It's a past life situation, so you're gonna run into all that karma that you need to push through. You're fighting your own karma. This is, people pleasers trying to fight other people's karma. It's very overwhelming for me as a reader to even read that, because it's like makes me want to puke. Like, to not go after your own happiness is one of the saddest things in life to me. It's like losing a loved one. It's like living. It's like you're already dead, but living. But living a depressed life and a sad life, and at the end of the day, you can have that special person right next to you. And that type of read is very disturbing for me. It's like heart aching. It's being given to you. And you're allowing other energies that don't even support you right now to take it away from you. That's weakness. Weakness, being weakness and owning accountability and accepting your weakness is a strength, guys. Stop letting your ego and shit feed you. You're letting other people feed you. Unhealthy habits are feeding you. All you want is love and happiness and something real. It's being given to you. And just in the past, you're clinging to the past. That's one thing I would never take away from me. It's my happiness, and I've allowed that here and there. And whoever this read is for, the energy all around you is sucking away your happiness. That's sad. Family, friends, energy, work, whatever it is sucking away your happiness. All because you won't put up a boundary. All because you won't open a door. It fucking hurts my heart right now that you would allow, you'd rather sit in sorrow and in certain energies and surround yourself with energies that don't even support you, or just you're sacrificing your own happiness for energy, other people's opinions, and it's just incredibly sad. So this is the energy coming towards you, someone you know, that's the scenario. Maybe that should just tell you that's your way out. Don't hold on to it, because they're still in the darkness. They're still allowing family and friends and reputation, society to stop what they really want. So if this is part of your story and you know that energy and something's over, you let that go. Don't hold on to hopes or desires or seeing the potential, because you've already done that and you wasted enough of your time and energy and your love on somebody who's just pushed it away. Somebody who chooses not to see and go in certain directions. Okay. And others of you, this is new love coming at you, and they're getting out of certain situations, whether it's another lover or they're saying goodbye to a friend or a family member, because they're doing what's best for them. So therefore, I would encourage you to explore that situation, because it is somebody who wants love and just love at the end of the day. Love. You don't have to explain love, guys. It's a feeling. And that feeling alone is enough. Stop trying to explain what love feels like or why you feel the way you feel. It's love. It's a feeling. You don't need to explain that. It's a feeling. You go after it. You want it. You have energy here that's trying to figure out why they love or why they feel this way, or why this is stopping them. Well, your family, your friends, conditioning, all this other stuff is stopping you from what you truly want to experience. It's your own fault at the end of the day if you don't get what you want. You're not trying to go after it. So I don't feel bad for that energy anymore. I don't. The opportunity is there, or it's about to be given to you. If you don't fight for that, I guess you'll never experience what it is you truly want. And that's sad. That was a tough read to read, guys. It's not work. It's not this. It's not like it's love. It's like can't open the door unless you know what it is. It's a fucking feeling. It doesn't need to be explained. It's an incredible fucking feeling that a lot of people don't get to experience because they won't push through karma. So I don't know how many of this energy is actually going to make it. So I'm saying if you're holding on and giving someone the benefit of the doubt, stop giving somebody the benefit of the doubt because that's what put you in this situation in the first place. If somebody from your past wants to come back, because we read the whole ride or die and side chick, someone wants to pass, wants to come back and work on it with you, I hope you would work on it. Because at the end of the day, they got a lot of love, but they also got to make decisions to put boundaries up. And if they can't do that and they come at you with ego and all this other shit and bullshit and excuses, then no, don't you dare for 1 second give somebody a benefit of the doubt because that's what already put you in a situation where you wasted enough time and you weren't worried about your own happiness. And now you find yourself in the shadows again, or you just got yourself out of the shadows again. So be careful who you choose because they got lots of energy around them that are against them. But right now, the people that are against them are feeding them. And why not get fed? If you're not feeding them, no matter what energy is feeding them, they're still getting fed. So they'd rather choose that energy than to not get fed at all because this is not somebody who has the strength to stand on their own fucking 2 feet right now. Unfortunately. This is a massive lesson for somebody, for a massive group of people right now. At the end of the day, self-love is key, but it's almost like you have the love of your life right there. The two of you to explore and go on adventures and you're just not opening the book because you're trying to figure out what other people are going to think or how you're going to go about something or perfect something or control something. Stop. You already lost something because of that. Stop trying to figure out what love is. It's a fucking feeling. You don't need to explain it. It's a feeling. You don't close it off. You don't push it away. Choosing to push it away and do all that because of outsiders. If there was no outsiders, you would never in a second choose to push that away. So stop fooling yourself. Stop telling yourself other people aren't holding you back because other fucking people are holding you back. So again, if this is somebody new coming into your life, careful with your energy, but I would say hands down, it's worth exploring. That's like a love story. You'll end up with somebody, it would be like a love story. It would be beautiful. It's a big lesson in love and desire. I smelt fucking sperm, guys. All right, that's Notre Dame saying you smell sperm. You're about to go after your desires. You're about to get your desire. But yet you're still letting other energies hold you back. It's practically being given to you. There's already a deep, deep connection with somebody or the new person that's about to walk into your life, and it's going to be powerful. You can either enjoy it together or you can live that life that wants to make me puke right now. It's so fucking disturbing. Sacrificing your own happiness to please other people who don't even support you right now. Have been giving you bad advice along the way. I would take pure love over money in a heartbeat. Love is precious. It just mind blowing. That you would continue to sacrifice. Raw, authentic love is like no other. I know I'll get that in my lifetime. I know I will. You got to be willing to have that partner that pushes through karma. If you guys are still with somebody and you think it's not going good, or you keep giving someone the benefit of the doubt because you have a beautiful soul, I suggest you stop. You're wasting your time. If you know you're not happy in a situation right now, you are wasting your fucking time. You are wasting your fucking life. Move on. Suck up the pain for a couple months. You will find yourself in a brand new fucking chapter that you will absolutely fucking love. Stop surrounding yourself in energy that doesn't make you happy, or it's temporary happiness. Stop. You are wasting your fucking life. That subject doesn't make you happy. Stop. Go to the next one. That person doesn't make you happy. Stop. Take care of yourself. Live your life. You got one life. One. That was fucking disturbing. It's beautiful, but disturbing. One fucking life. One. Guys, one. You could die in a car wreck. And then your next life is going to be even harder because you didn't persevere through that one. So you're just attaching more karma and more karma and more karma. One, if you are not happy, leave the fucking situation. You were given one life. And unfortunately, some of you have parents that hold you back, or family members that are holding you back. You want your kids to be happier? Make change. You want your family to be happier? I don't give a fuck about them. But if you got kids, make the change so you can actually teach them what life's worth living, why it's worth living, things to go after, things to let go of. If you got kids right now, they are not happy. If this is your scenario and you're in an unhappy marriage or staying in a situation, they are not happy. They are not growing. They don't see good outcomes. Nothing's changing. It's all temporary change. It's called conditioning. Your kids' roots will not change unless you decide to fucking reroot them. We all were born with conditioning, society, rules that we need to break. Do it for your children. If you have children, do it for your children. Staying in an unhappy marriage where there's not mutual love and you can't get along, and so you're not doing the best thing for your children. You're torturing your children. You're giving them expectations that will never come true. You're giving them images, and their imagination is just. You want your kids to meet somebody just like you that won't make moves to be happier? Because that's what's going to happen to your children. If I would have stayed in my marriage, that would have happened to my children. No one's breaking conditioning. Just because they married into this or that's not breaking fucking conditioning. What I just saw and experienced is extremely disturbing. It is sad. Holding on to energy that's not for your highest good. You're putting images in family members' heads and kids and all this thing, thinking the best and think like you just gotta stop. It is gonna get worse and worse and worse if you don't start doing what's best. And you got somebody right on your path, or somebody's already on your path, or somebody that's about to be on your path that is a meant to be scenario with the Ace of Cups and Lovers. It's a guided love. It's a past life love. It's a beautiful connection that you can't explain, that you're trying to explain, but there's no need to explain it. It's a feeling. It's love. It's there. Why can't you just accept that and enjoy it? Honestly, I got the goosebumps. Why can't you just enjoy that? Why do you got to control that? And enjoy the love instead of controlling it. How about you just let love flow and see where it takes you instead of, oh, well, it's, this is a really powerful connection, so we'll probably end up getting married and this and that. You're allowing so many what ifs to stop a feeling. Some of you have already dismissed all that feeling of love and happiness because of what ifs in society and family. You've already lost that. But what's meant to be will be. And it's not on your time or my way. Or stop with the fucking control. Why would anybody want to be with somebody who's controlling how something goes? Or how something's, what's desire to you and desire to them? Or maybe I'll just push out, this, or make him or her feel like, I don't want to give them too much because then they just feel like I'm all in. Or why are you controlling a feeling? You can't control a feeling. Why are you sacrificing what feels so right? God, if you're in a situation, guys, and you are not happy and you have not left it yet, please say goodbye. You're wasting your life. I don't know if you're battling with a soulmate right now. When you have two soulmates or twins or whatever you want to call them, they tend to bring out your flaws and the scary things and all that. But that's because you need to be more authentic. You got to get in tuned with what it is you want and how you want to live your life and what you want to experience and the type of feelings you want to feel as you experience life. Like you're trying to control all that. You're sacrificing your own happiness because you think it's going to help other people or make something come back alive again. Like, the energy around you is draining you, it's taking away from you. The energy around you is draining your life and they're taking away what's most important to you. You want to mend family situations and certain stuff. You don't got a shot of mending jack shit until you love yourself first and do what's best for you. You want to be a leader, you want to be an influencer or somebody who Like, you can't be that person until you become one with yourself and you're authentic with yourself and other people. I don't even know how to fucking lie anymore. It was another definition within like the seer definition. I was like, oh my God, that makes perfect sense because I'm way too real. I'm way too fucking authentic. I can't even fucking lie. Even a white lie feels like I'm gonna be fucking hung or burned on the fucking fire like fucking witches. That I'm telling you, that's how fucking real I am. I don't want somebody in my life that can't match my fucking energy. And this type of energy that's coming at you still can't match your energy until they get past their own fucking fears and what other people are going to think. And then from there, it's going to be fucking work. But let's hope it's fucking reciprocated. People don't just come back into people's lives for certain reasons, or you don't just cross that fucking bridge thinking there's no reason behind it. Like, this story was fucking disturbing. I literally just saw, like, as if I literally just saw the straight jacket. That's your life right now. You're in a fucking straight jacket. The Fool. This could be your life, as I just said, crossing a bridge. But nope, this is you being stubborn as fuck, enjoying your straight jacket because you don't want to be fucking judged. You ask me, what choice do you fucking have? Everyone around you is waiting for you. The Fool is the most powerful card in the fucking deck. So right now, you're being a fool. It's the abyss of the unconscious. The grapes before you for all reasons. As you pass through the spheres of the existence, one by one, you're approached. The external is the universe where time and space no longer have a meaning. Extraordinary creatures are born in the chaos of the madness of your own frickin' mind. Because you're choosing to settle. So this part is more like you're choosing to be a fool. Because you don't want to face all the shit around you. This reminds me of the Four of Cups, like you're just fucking sitting there. That's what I thought I was grabbing, the Four of Cups. But nope. You're just being a straight up fucking fool. You're letting your ego, you're letting other things get the best of you. This is the life that somebody is living right now. When the Fool is the most beautiful card in the deck, it's a spiritual journey. It's crossing that bridge. But nope. So for those who are holding on to somebody, enjoy the fucking straight jacket. Like I said, too worried about judgment or society or family. So don't kid yourself. If you're telling yourself right now, this is not why you're not making moves, you're fucking dead wrong and you're a fucking coward. You're holding yourself back. You're sitting in chaos. You're driving your brain mad because you're settling. It's like a multi-dimensional world. Do I want this? Do I want that? You ask me, choose what's fucking best for you. Oh, look what sat right behind the Fool, the Five of Cups. Again, you're too worried about leaving people behind. Those people do not have your best interest. Because trust me, you wouldn't be in the situation you are now. You wouldn't be leaving nobody behind if you were happy. But you're not happy, so other people are making you sad. See what I'm saying, guys? Stop letting other people control your fucking destiny. You're in charge of your own fucking destiny. The fuck are you doing sacrificing your own fucking happiness for other people? For other fucking people. You can be in a good place, a bad place. Stop. Stop sacrificing your own fucking happiness. Because you don't want to cause fucking chaos. apparently you had a lover that could have pushed you through, or you're about to run into a lover that can blow your fucking minds. Don't think you can fucking control it. I think a lot of you already tried to control a situation and you fucking lost it. And now you're sitting there fucking bored as shit, not happy with yourself, with the direction life is fucking taking you. But you're choosing that. You're choosing everybody else to have that fucking upper hand over you because you're a fucking people pleaser. Open the fucking book. Open the fucking book. Do what you want to do with your fucking life. If I can teach my kids anything in this fucking lifetime, is to go after what the fuck they want in their own happiness and to be brave enough to say goodbye. Because the energies that are around you right now are haunting you and holding you back. They don't even want the best for you. The energy around you does not want the fucking best for you. Stop allowing people to have the upper hand. Other people that think they know what's best for you. Is that a fucking joke? Oh my goodness. I love you guys so much. Don't accept less, guys. Somebody new comes into your life. Explore it. Explore it. If it's time to say goodbye, say goodbye. Because you have so much more out there. Get one life. One life. Do you think anybody wanted me to go in this direction? Nope. I shut down my family. I shut down my parents. I shut down my sister. I shut down certain fucking friends. I shut down my ex before he was my ex, and I fucking said goodbye. I did it. Because I'd rather have strength than to be a fucking coward. Because I know at the end of the day, I got 4 fucking babies that are going to fucking count on me. So yeah, they got pushed aside for a little while. Guess what? They're all proud of me in the back of my fucking life. Temporary. But now I can handle certain situations in different ways and look at things in different ways. And you know what I'm saying? Like it's almost like you don't want to deal with temporary disappointment, but you're already fucking disappointed. So why the fuck are you allowing this other energy to hold you back? And don't forget your own ego is holding you back too. I can't even compare me starting a new channel to this. Because this is stopping what's best for you. The feeling of love and happiness and desire and adventure and passion and drive and fire. Be careful who you allow around you. The thing is with my channel and certain things, if I decide to go that route, it is fear of being judged and fear of starting something. Well, it is part of that too, but for me, with the channel itself would be because I don't have the knowledge behind it. But that would be foolish because guess what? I didn't have the fucking knowledge behind this when I started this either. So it's not that fear is holding me back right now from stepping into that. It's the knowledge I need under my belt that will come in time. But it's just that happened so fast and waking up and starting that channel. I haven't wrapped my head around it yet. But maybe I'm not meant to wrap my head around it. Maybe I just fucking go full force and not give a fuck what other fucking people think. Because it's who I am. If I'm being called there, then maybe I just fucking do it. But that has to do with, well, I almost said, pentacles. But no, not really. Because it's the love that I preach and I teach and I want, and it's acceptance and all this other stuff. So, and a lot of people in that community, they feel like they probably have accepted themselves when I bet you half of them have not. Just because you come out of the closet or you admit this doesn't mean you fully accept yourself. You accept the situation, and other people need to accept the situation, but you haven't fully learned to accept yourself. It's just, I'm just wondering why the channel came in and then that, and it's like the same thing, but it's not the same thing, but it's the same thing. Get what I'm saying? So I don't know how to explain all. If you guys are just jumping on, half of you probably don't even know what I'm talking about, but was it just a message for me to talk about this? So this doesn't mean it needs to be another channel, but I created another channel. So I don't know. I'll figure that out. Trust me. I won't dismiss that. This type of energy that I just read is purposely dismissing. There's the fucking difference. I think. And now I'm questioning myself because two things came in. But there's a difference. Because there's no other energy that's going to hold me back from doing that. And there's a difference there too. Well, that's not true either. Because if I was going to get held back from doing that, I know there's a lot of people within my family and certain friends and certain, like they would, I'd have tons of supporters with certain friends and family. And then it's the other side of friends and family that there's certain ones I wouldn't support either. But you know what? If I have to push that energy aside too, just like I pushed this one to create this channel, I sure as fuck will. And if I don't start that channel, it's because of other projects. I can't have fucking 10 things going on. But if I'm meant to do that, trust me, that will be a priority. Because I choose to make it a priority. You have to start choosing priorities. And I think what people are prioritizing in the spread I just did is not what's best for you. You're prioritizing people that don't even have your best interest. And that's the truth. You're pushing away somebody you see a lifetime with for the people that earn your life now that don't even fucking support you. It's bullshit. I wouldn't even want to be with energy like that. The fuck? You can notice a connection and you see the future and this and that, but yet you don't have the fucking balls to come to my face and explain what's going on. You'd rather look like a fucking hot ass and this and that, and like you have control because it makes you feel fucking superior. Go fuck yourself. That's superior fucking bullshit. We're fucking equals. And if someone comes into my life and they don't think they're a fucking equal, they can go fuck themselves. They can walk right out of that fucking door they walk through. Someone doesn't like my religion or my belief, they can walk out of that fucking door they just walk through. You want to give me shit or it's a problem, you can walk right out that fucking door you walk through. I can marry into any fucking religion, and I will tell you right now, I would never put you down for your religion or try to 1 second get you to think about going into another religion or this and that. If that's the religion you chose or the belief that you have, I would never fucking take that from you, and I wouldn't demeanor it, and I wouldn't fucking encourage you to go in a new fucking direction. I would fucking support you. And I would have your back if other people didn't support you, because at the end of the day, I'm holding you in bed. We're relying on each other. We're counting on each other. That's what a fucking partnership is. Loyalty. People got the word loyalty fucked up. 90% of this world doesn't even know what the fuck loyalty is, because they don't know what it's like to be fucking authentic. If you're telling lies, you're not fucking loyal. You're not even loyal to yourself. And all the energy around you, liars. Liars, 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 haters, jealousy, conditioning. I mean, I can go on and on and on. You are who you hang out with, blah, 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 blah. Then why the fuck are you hanging with a bunch of fucking meatballs? Why are you hanging with a bunch of people that are fucking lowering your energy and taking away from you and making you feel bad or making you feel like things are your fault? It's your own karma to push through that shit. Stop worrying about other people's karma and the hurt and the judgment and the embarrassment and all that shit. They help put you there. Bury that shit. Bury that shit. Bye. Bye. That is no way to fucking live your life under other people's fucking conditions. I would never take away anybody's fucking belief that came into my life. I would try to understand. I wouldn't try to stir them in certain directions. What might be better for you. Would never. And try to be very sneaky about people in my life where I had a lot of shit. It was gonna fucking, and I probably should have just nipped it in the butt because that person thought they had some type of control. I was feeding somebody else's control. There's people out there that are gonna have. Do you know a lot of times too with me, and I'm not worried, I'll meet the right person, but I do intimidate fucking people, and all these people, all these men, statistic wise, and I want somebody who's authentic and true and this and that, but it's not true. You can't fucking handle it. You get intimidated because you feel like it takes over, like they have control. No, they don't have control. You just met somebody who's fucking authentic. How about you match their fucking energy? Or people I've had people be dead honest. They must feel like you can read their brain or this and that. That's your ego. If you're worried about the fact that I can sense you and what's going on, that's your own ego. That's your own weakness. Because if you are a true, authentic person, somebody else is not going to try to read you. You don't come into people's lives and try to read people. You don't need to. There's no reason for it. If you feel shady, it's fucking shady. That's what your intuition's for. And I'm sure I've definitely hands down had people come in my life that was scared of certain stuff like that. There's no question. But that's because it's their own weakness. It's their own ego. Because at the end of the day, I would love to have somebody that can match my energy. I would never worry about, can they read me? Or can they do this? Or if I met somebody that could do what I could do, I would take that and create something. Please be careful who you're interacting with. And stop sacrificing your own happiness for other people's opinions or thoughts. Some of you are dealing with people who like to throw things in your face. Well, we started like this, it started like that, friends with benefits. There's so many scenarios that are coming into my thing. But they want to project that same energy on you because they don't want to take ownership of their feelings and accountability of their lies. There's so many things that go along with that. Don't get tricked into what they're trying to project on you. Because there's so much shit coming to me right now. Stop letting other people take advantage of situations. There's supposed to be equality in a relationship. If you're not getting equality and somebody wants to overpower you, walk the fuck out that door you fucking walk through. Give me a fucking break. We're all fucking equals for this fucking power crazed fucking control shit. It's no way to fucking live your life. I just don't understand why it's just people can't see that so simply. And just, they want to project, oh, we just went into this being friends and this and that, or like sex buddies, or that's like the big message I'm getting right now. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, then we caught feelings. Then guess what? All shit hit the fucking fan because you don't want to take accountability for your feelings, accountability of owning the fucking truth, being real, going after what you want. So now the control kicks in anymore. The lies get even fucking deeper. I mean, the story, it goes on and on and on. when you can just confront the fucking feeling and stop hiding the fucking feeling. Well, if he or she thinks I want more out of this connection, well, then I'm going to have to own it. Yeah. Why would you not, though? It's beautiful. And if you can't own it, it's because the lies and the shit that you told along the way that you don't want to take accountability for. Don't be with fucking people like that, guys. Don't settle for somebody who can't bring you happiness or be honest with you. Please listen to my fucking words. We have one life. Stop making excuses for people. I love you guys. I gotta feed my child. I've been on almost 5 hours. What's for lunch 2 hours ago? Well, guess the question is, what's for dinner? I love you guys so much. I hope you have a good rest of your day.